Okay, jumping into tonight's session, we're starting with Angelo. Angelo, you wake up and you find yourself in a bed. I want you to do an insight.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna use the new dice that Tom got me. Let's see. I cannot read that. Okay, that's an 8. Is that an 8? That's an 8 plus 15.
You sit up in bed and your body aches. Like you haven't ached like this in a while, and you look around and you realize it's not the bed you went to sleep in. And you put your hand down and you look around as you wipe the sleep from your eyes. And there, the bed is like a queen size bed, and it is covered in bodies. And the first thing you think is like, are they dead? And you realize brief flashes of last night that no, this assortment of strangers, you slept with every single one of them last night.
Jeez.
There's at
What
least
the
7
fuck, bro?
individuals in this bed, and you slept with every single one of them.
God, how fast does your
We're-
STD work? Holy
We are
shit.
starting off strong tonight.
And and you hear from the foot of your bed, and you look over and you see your deity sitting there, and he smells a rose and tosses it over to you. Ah, love is magical, isn't it? Oh, the things you did in these hollowed walls.
Don't remember any of it.
Oh. They brought in a special tray of narcotics, and you couldn't help yourself like a hound to another dog's ass.
Damn.
Boy,
Hmm.
you worshipped me well last night in this room.
Well, it explains why I'm sore all over. It certainly does explain a few other things as well.
Are you sore? Are you sore inside and out?
This is but one of the many ways that you can procreate relations with worship with for me. Angela,
say.
do a wisdom for me.
Wisdom. Alright. I can barely read the signs on this dice, so I'm just gonna go back to digital. That's gonna be a 19.
You think about it and you remember that walking the streets of this strange town with your deity, and you stopped in front of this house of many sins, as you call it, from where you're from. And you remember a brief conversation discussing that in these houses, this is where Victor got information. But in the mortal realm, it's a place where people go to seek companionship, gain information, or, find a certain sentiment of love or something of the sort. And that struck you as such a strange concept, and you're like, suddenly found yourself inside the hollowed walls with a handful of coin, exchanging it for the various experiences offered within the walls. And now you find yourself here in this bed with 7 strangers that have fulfilled that hole that you've been missing for so long.
Crazy?
Crazy?
Are all such divine beings like this?
No, other divine beings take their worship in different ways. Come, and they hold out their hand to you.
I will take their hand and follow suit.
And they pull you from the bed, and a few of the people kind of whimper as you leave, and you find yourself standing in a busy crossroads of a different city, fully dressed and everything now, not naked like you were in bed. And you see an elderly gentleman with a couple of kids, and he uses a cane and kind of ushers them over. Do an insight for me.
Insight for a whopping 9.
You look over and you're like, why are we watching this scene unfold? And you see this older gentleman using the cane, and he kind of, plays with the kids, and he talks to a young woman. Do an investigation for me. As you try to figure out why this is so important.
14. As
you take a
keep
few
keen
steps.
eye on this.
You step forward a little bit, and you see the older gentleman. As he puts his hand out and takes her hand, he's in his elderly age. Gray, hunched over slightly, wrinkles. And you see it, something that instantly strikes you like a hammer to an anvil in your heart. The tattoo on his neck behind his ear is that of the Oniseta. Victor has always told you that the Oniseta never leave. The Oniseta told you that they never leave. No one ever abandons the Oniseta. And yet you're watching someone here that has left the tribe and has found a life beyond the veil.
Orhios, do my eyes deceive me? Is that one of my people?
And they lean in on you, and it is one of your people. Defying the law of your former master, because your former master, from what I understand, says your people under lock and key and can't leave. But here and throughout the different realms, your people are scattered to the wind, finding lives and happiness.
I see.
This is but one example of your people that have found happiness.
Huh.
This is one of those things that I offer you.
I understand.
And you just see the elderly gentleman with the younger woman, and she plays with the kids a little bit, and you realize those are his grandchildren.
Where are we? What city is this?
And he just looks at you. I'm not to tell you that. I must protect even them, even though they're not under my worship.
That's fair. We went from the Feywilds to this, wherever this is.
This is the material realm. As was the wonderful house that you visited last night. The people
How many
that,
realms? Oh,
the
go
people
ahead.
that you interacted with last night, they're not just simply there for lust and filling holes, or you filling holes. They're also healers. Healers of the soul. And how many realms are there? I'm not entirely sure.
Seems every day I learn something new. Probably never would have done so without you.
Your heart is open to everything now. It's no longer locked away.
I suppose. Though it doesn't forgive many of the things that I've done. But it is a start.
And as he puts his hand across your shoulder, you blink and you find yourself standing in a doorway of somewhere new. And you hear laughter and merriment, and it kind of confuses you for a moment because they're not things that you're familiar with. And you realize you're standing in an orphanage, and these places have always been places of terror from your former realm. Places of fear and quiet, not merriment and play. And you see kids running around playing with each other, some climbing on a bed and going about mischief and such. Something that just is a stark contrast to what you're familiar with.
How could one be full of joy in a place like this?
Your companions could probably share that with you. Quite a few of them come from a place such as this. They grew up together.
You mean the ones that I'm traveling with, the nobility, that family?
Yes, that family.
In Lord Victor's realm, places like this were literal hells.
Here, all of the children have hope. They look to a future where things could be better. Within the realms, there are some places that are equal to Victor's circumstance, but most places they worship gods that seek paths for these wayward children. Places where they can go and grow up and become someone.
Hope. Somewhat of a new concept to me, but one that I'm slowly starting to gain. One that I'm starting to understand. If not for your help, of course.
And now one of the kids comes up to you and just grabs at your jacket. And holds up a wrapper to you, and you can see that there's something inside of the wrapper.
Very cautiously, because of the nature of who I am, I will take it.
And the kid gives it to you and runs away, and you look in your hand and there's something, it's kind of like, it's basically a candy that's wrapped up in a piece of foil.
What do I do with this?
You open it and you eat it.
I will go ahead and open it and give it a taste.
You put it in your mouth and you sample it, and it's the first time you've actually experienced basically a butterscotch candy.
That is really good. What's it called? What is this?
The god for once shrugs. I haven't got the idea of what it is. I don't know what the creators call it. I just know that it is some sort of treat that you eat.
Would you like some?
Oh, no.
What is, I suppose the question to ask of you. Why'd you choose me? Out of anyone else that was there at the time, you chose me. I'm still confused as to why.
Well, your heart cried out. It wanted free from being locked away. I saw a chance to intervene and give you a future.
Century and a quarter and nothing but darkness. Couple of days outside of that realm, and here I am, alive once again,
Here
doing things that I once thought impossible. How do I even begin to even repay such a debt?
You bring joy in
I'm-
life to those that you encounter. You make people smile and laugh. And your god kind of smiles a little bit. And you don't bring mass genocide to your companions.
Still working on that. You spend a century in a realm like that, certain habits die very hard.
Oh,
But
you
I'm
didn't
doing
die
my
last
best.
night.
You broke my character. You made me
Yeah,
break
so
character.
many-
Nice. All right.
As you get to explore the city a little bit solo, we'll hop over to Mongo.
Oh, God.
Mongo?
Oh no.
Oh, Mongo!
Oh, what's coming? More guilt?
Oh no. I've been plotting for 2 weeks.
Oh.
Mongo,
More
you start
trouble.
the day as working with the Hatter on some concoctions of unvolatile tea that trying to exchange the craft essentially so that the Hatter isn't lethal all the time, so anybody that has their tea, that normal people can actually have the tea. And he gives you a list of ingredients and sends you with the hare to go and investigate, or, well, explore to get ingredients, essentially. So you have this little paladin hare with you. The stuffed animal one. And as you do that, you remember a flurry of events not very clear. And you kind of sit up in your where you're at and you feel your head throbbing. Do an investigation for me.
Oh. Investigation. That is a 12.
You feel your head throbbing and your vision is a little bit blurry. And you kind of look around a little bit and you sit back and you feel the thump of glass. And you look down and you kind of see that you're not wearing your normal clothes, you're wearing a jester's outfit, and you reach up and you feel the little bells on your head. And you look around and you see that you're in a glass cage around one. And you look over around a little bit and you see these tall pillars. And you see other glass cages and you see other critters in these cages that are frozen in place. And you look around a little more. Do another investigation for me.
I was gonna say, it's like, do any of them look familiar? 15.
You look around a little bit and you realize one key characteristic of these various other critters, they're all adorable. They're all cute. But they're frozen, and it kind of sinks in your stomach, and you look over and you see that you're in an actual like throne room. And you see that you're in a display case. And you see a tiny little throne next to the bigger throne, and you see your adventuring gear there. Your hat, your goggles, your garb. No book, though. And you see a weird looking, like, mostly hairless chihuahua sitting on your adventuring garb wearing a crown. Its eyes bulging, its face kind of puggish, and it kind of snorts a little bit and lays its head down and starts drooling on your adventuring robes.
Just had this cleaned.
What are you
Yeah, I
doing?
guess kind of tap on the glass. See if the dog Prince will acknowledge in any way, shape, or form.
The dog sits its head up a little bit and its crown kind of just lolls over to one ear, and it snorts and huffs, and you can see a big giant snot bubble come out of one of its nostrils and drip onto your robes.
Yeah, try to make direct eye contact. I don't know how thick this glass is, but it's like, what the hell is going on?
It just sits there and its tongue flops out of its mouth, kind of like it's over bloated for the size of its snout.
Like a dog pool.
Yeah, but this dog is way uglier than Dogpool.
I'm gonna put both paws on the glass, see if I feel any sort of magic going on with this glass, or if it's just really big glass.
You can feel some reverberation on it, not much.
Hmm. So it means it is at least somewhat magical.
And the Jester's outfit is actually, you guys will instantly know the quality of this. It's kind of like that really cheap Halloween costume, reflective kind of fake material. It's really itchy. I can just see Mongo how angry he is right now at this situation.
Yeah. Right now, D&D Beyond is kind of goofing up a little bit.
Huh.
I know who played Dogpool, by the way.
That dog is apparently a really big sweetie.
Yeah, her name is Peggy.
Oh my god. I just read what you said.
She's
about
the
it.
winner of Britain's Ugliest Dog.
That's funny.
And she's so sweet.
Well, you know, everything I've heard about the dog's an absolute sweetheart.
I want to be best friends with her.
Come on now.
Mongo's absolutely anger right now. Goes out to get ingredients for some tea and ends up in a jar.
Yeah. Oh, how far is it to the top of said jar?
It's as tall as Cayenne at the tip of her horns, so about 6 feet.
Damn.
And it's rounded at the top, like it's almost like a display case kind of jar.
Okay, first things first. Getting some of the itchy parts off.
You try to pull the outfit off, and it's stuck on you like glue. It's not glued to you, but it's conformed to you where you can't take it off.
Oh, for fuck's
You can't even take off the hood because it's stuck too. It's all like one piece onesie outfit. And what it hurts you even more, Mongo, is the colors are like a puke green and yellow.
Oh, so they're not even my colors. Oh, for fuck's sake.
To this, for
How
this
far
to
to
just
the
be a
bottom of the
thought that
table?
you're having, everybody's like, really?
Oh,
The
no, he
color
says
of
that
my
shit out
outfit. The color of my outfit would I don't care right now. Like, who the fuck did this to me? And why?
Is there anything else on the table that I'm on?
The actual container is on like almost like a display table in like a little slot, so it's like perfectly fit in that slot, so it can't be shoved off.
Fuck. So we're gonna try to at least like tip it over. All right. Yeah, got nothing else, so. No, I got an idea. So there's that. I don't know what the name of the spell is, but it's the one that Maggie taught Mongo about how just to grab like a little bit of arcane energy and kind of form it into a ball.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna do that, and then start kind of one just to try to do that, and then see bounce it off of the glass, see what happens.
You reach out and you pull that energy and you try to form it into a ball, and then suddenly your fingertips feel like you grabbed something really hot like you shouldn't have. And you realize that the actually do an Arcana for me. Your
button.
best skill, Arcana. Holy shit!
25.
Nice.
You realize that this
Gotta love double proficiency.
Yeah. You realize this outfit that this whoever this put you in is actually suppressing your magic too, making you normal. Now Mongo's really
Fucking
angry. Mongo has an anger now.
Do I know that the jar that I'm in is like set, like recessed, so that way, like tipping it over basically just ain't gonna happen?
Yeah, you can see the edging of it when you were investigating it.
Sorry, you totally cut out.
You can see the bottom edge where you were investigating it, that it's recessed a little.
Okay, so Mongo definitely does not have enough strength to tip this fucker over. All right. All right, go up to where he thinks like that little dog, crowned puppy, and anybody else who'd be walking in would definitely be able to see, and start writing. He's going to try to do it in reverse, so that way anybody who's looking would be able to read it normally. Let me out, and just dig his fucking claws in. In common, I guess material world common.
Mongo is pissed.
Mongo's trying really hard to keep his temper in check right now.
Oh, I
'cause
can
he needs to be
imagine.
able to think clearly, not just lose his shit.
Yeah. Nikolai, roll me a tinkering, please.
A tinkering, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. It'd be a 14.
You work with the Hatter and get the hair put back together. Cayenne, you currently have possession of Mongo's spell book.
It's in good hands.
Okay.
So you can keep that safe until it gets back to Mongo, and it's kind of panicking you
Yeah,
because
that's. I would know that it would be definitely a very, very, very bad idea to put that in a
magical bag.
yeah. So it would be in my most secured non-magical pocket.
Yep. And you get the hair put back together, and he kind of jumps up, trying to hit the seams a little bit, and starts gesturing in a bunch of different directions and not making any sense at all. It's kind of like that part of Addams Family where Thane is trying to tell Gomez what happened.
Or
What are you guys doing?
So is the hair's like mouth still all screwed up, or?
You realize that they didn't put a mouth on that hat, or didn't sew a mouth on. It's just a shape of a head.
So I
knowing
seem to remember him
knowing-
talking before. Am I wrong there?
What was that, Cayenne?
So, I was fixing to say, knowing what I at least know, knowing what I know about actual hares and rabbits, like bunnies in general, lappings, if you will, I think that Cayenne would at least try to, either with some kind of natural material, whether it be a seed or some kind of button, she would have at least tried to make eyes for this hair, and she would have at least tried to make a rudimentary mouth of sorts, especially if she noticed some features were missing.
You pick up a few buttons that are on the table and help manhandle the hair to fix other missing important ingredients.
Components.
Yeah, Cayenne would have at least helped with this.
And the hair is like, Faye, look, fancy cat.
Fancy cat.
Who's they?
Faye.
Faye took. Okay, can you just, do you know who this Faye is?
They look over and at you and they just gesture, Faye.
Okay. Alrighty.
Do you remember their clothing? Were they wearing a specific color?
Fancy. Hat. Faye. Fancier.
Okay.
So the Fae were dressed fancier than Mongo?
They nod frantically and their ears flop back and forth wildly.
Okay,
Aw.
so we're essentially looking for some type of noble Fae or
Some
someone
noble
who
Fae
thinks
of some
they
sort.
are.
Or yeah, thinks they are. Yeah. At least some of that thinks
Because
they are, yeah.
not all Fae are nobility, some are tricky.
Yeah. Okay. Did you get a good jab in?
They look over at you. And they kind of sulk a little bit and like they just feel really guilty for not being able to do anything. Their little shoulders slump.
Okay. That's all right, buddy. Just trying to figure out how we can get more information. Can you
I'm
take
going
us-
to gesture to them like offering a hug. If they'll accept it.
They come over and it's an over dramatic sobbing in your hand.
Aw.
Honey, it's
Poor guy.
okay. You did good. You are fine. It's okay.
Just this wailing of sobbing in your hand. If they could cry, you would be soaked right now.
I'm rubbing their ears, I'm rubbing their head and just telling them it's okay. It's okay. We're not mad. You did good.
You came back to us to tell us what happened. That way we could try to fix it.
The dormouse looks over. Well, I suppose if you consider pieces coming back, that is coming back.
I didn't say in one piece.
The important thing is you did come back.
Exactly.
Well, I brought them back. Piece by
And you
piece.
did a wonderful job. You did a wonderful job, and I'm
Thank you.
glad that you're here.
Do you know where this place is? Can you bring us back there?
And they just look at you like you're insane.
Could you at least point us in the last known direction that y'all went?
Do a nature, Cayenne.
Music confused me for a second. Ba-ba-da-ba. Nature is a 13.
You realize why the dormouse is looking at you like you're insane. And it's the sheer fact of like the location's probably already moved on.
Ah, yeah. Oh, fuck. I forgot. God, fuck. Okay.
So if we can get
I
to the
forgot.
if you can bring us back there, we can maybe try to find out information where they went, where this abductor went.
Here's the thing. Locations move. Whenever they want here.
I seem to remember that now. Okay. Shit. Well, crap. Hair.
Wait. See if you can reach out to Mongo through the stones.
Okay, but you don't have your stone?
I do, but I want you to test yours. I'm gonna test mine.
Okay, alright. He's like,
Ah.
Mongo, do you have your stone?
Mongo, you
Hello,
do not
Mongo.
have your stone.
Nope.
It is in your
My
pack.
stone is in the middle of getting fucking drooled on.
Hello, Mongo. Mongo.
You hear panting Nikolai, and you can hear like the stone is being chewed on. Almost like if you dropped a GoPro and the dog is chewing on it and drooling
So
on
it's
it.
very distinctly a dog of some sort.
Some sort of beast.
Okay, some sort of creature is. It sounds like some type of creature is chewing on the stone.
Just don't forget, some of the stuff that I have is in a certain area that if anybody tries to go in, they get cold damage instead.
Well, Nikolai designed the stones specifically to be worn as a brooch, so
Doesn't
a
mean
brooch
Mongo's
or
fucking aware of it.
amulet or something. Yeah.
If it
You're good.
clashes with his outfit, he's probably not wearing it.
Well, fine.
Nikolai would be very respectful of the uniform.
Hey, sister. There's some type of animal chewing the thing.
Oh, she heard.
Can you maybe talk to it? Tell it to stop. Maybe get some information from it. You can do those things, right? Or do you need to like be right there with them?
I wouldn't even be able to tell what kind of creature this is by its sound. It could be anything from a cat to a dog. Even horses can sound like they pant.
Okay, but you can't. Aren't you able to like talk to animals? Seen you do it before. You were talking to bees.
I was right there with them.
Okay, so you need to be right there with them. All right. Damn it.
I don't think it works the exact same way through a sending stone.
Try it.
I will try to make an assortment of animal noises through this stone
Try to identify
as a
what
way
type-
to try to say drop it.
As you say drop it, you hear a very loud ping as it comes across. And it just echoes in your
Let me-
ears, echoes violently loud. And you,
Tinnitus, yay!
Mongo, you're struck with horror as you watch the message stone bounce off of various steps and skitter across the floor to the other side of the room far away from you.
Fortunately, it's a magical item. Takes some effort to break it.
I see the sending stone.
Yeah, and it just skitters across the far side of the room.
Can I tell if it's been activated?
Yes.
I can see that it's activated. Yeah,
Yeah.
then I'm going to yell at the fucking top of my lungs, covering my ears. Get me the fuck out of here!
You guys do a listen.
What would that even be?
Perception, then?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
As far as I'm aware,
oh,
I'm not
Jesus
there currently, right?
No, you are not.
That's an
Sweet.
8.
I'll take that natural 20. I love my dice.
You get that tinnitus, Cayenne, as it bounces across the floor and skitters. But you hear, Nikolai, you can at least guarantee that Mongo is alive because you hear, get out, ear. You're like, get out, ear.
And it's clearly Mongo's voice.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he's alive. Where are you?
You don't hear that, Mongo. You don't hear anything from it. You just know it's activated.
Wonder if there's anything about it being activated allow like scrying to work.
God, we never came up with any sort of Morse code, did we?
Nope.
We will have to think of that from now on.
Yeah.
How far
But
did I get on trying to scratch a message into the glass?
You look over at where you scratched. Not even as so much as a group at level 6.
But Mongo,
Fuck.
I'm pretty sure that both Mongo and Nikolai are smart enough that in the very least Nikolai would be able to hear a pattern in a tapping sound if that's helps anything.
That's something real quick. Because I don't have my spell book, so I'm kind of fucked on certain ones.
You don't even have
But-
your wand.
And I don't have my spell book. I sure as fuck don't have my wand. Damn, alright, there goes that idea. Shit. I was gonna try to cast message on the fucking sending stone, but I don't have that spell prepared, so that's not gonna work. I don't even know if that would work.
Wait a minute. Message is a cantrip, right? So if message is a cantrip, can't wizards like change their spells at least with a rest? A short rest?
Yeah, but I need my spell book that has them all written down.
Ah, yeah, okay.
But
Really?
since I have absolutely none of my gear, yes.
Wizards need their spell book for cantrips. Okay.
Per the chat. So this is what Scav goes through when he's kidnapped.
Something like that.
You guys gonna do anything else?
I'm just thinking of something to do.
Cayenne, you do see that it is later in the afternoon and that it will have to wait till morning before you take any sort of action.
So, unfortunately, we will need to wait until the next morning to take any action to try to find Mongo. The reason I say this is because of how late it is already. So we can at least try to talk to him and get clues of like what's around him. Maybe that will help. But being where we are, locations like to travel and change.
I wonder if he can hear us. Mongo, make a noise if you can hear us.
You don't hear shit.
But I did notice how none of the scratches were doing anything.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure that there'd be some level of frustration at some point, and Mongo would probably just wind up smacking the fucking glass.
And now your hand is vibrating with pain.
just trying to like, I don't think there's any way that Nick like pinpoint the location through the magic stone.
There
Sending
is
stone.
not.
I can just turn it off, but that's not going to do anything.
Wait.
You're not there.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not. But I thought of something, but I realized I'm not. One, I'm not there, and two, I believe Mongo's the one that has that item anyway.
I ain't got shit right now other than a fucking hurt hand. You know what? Fuck it. Hand's already hurting.
Uh-oh.
Claw. Start writing out Cayenne's sigil somewhere.
You try, it does not work. This thing is scratch proof.
I have an idea.
No, I'm trying to write on blood.
That's what I was going to say.
You go to cut yourself,
Either on the
Mongo.
glass or on there. Something.
Mongo, you go to cut yourself, and as soon as you start to draw that line, it heals instantly, and you realize there are some serious damn enchantments in here to prevent you from harming yourself.
Well, at least you're not going to die by killing yourself by head diving into the ground.
Cayenne's like, damn.
Okay. So I'm assuming that some of my fur is at least still. I can still shed, right?
Oh no.
You pull up some of your fur and weave it together and make a cayenne symbol.
This is gonna take all night, Mongo.
What else is he gonna do?
I'm at least gonna try to like get whatever ambient and like get the loose fur into as close as I can into Cayenne's sigil or whatever god I am aware of that I'm cool with and is cool with me. Whichever one's like more basic.
I feel like there's so many better and easier ways to deal with this.
Mongo, it's
Like
gonna
I have
the rate that you actually shed because Cayenne and you take so good care of yourself, you realize this is going to be the most tedious task you've ever done.
Probably be better just to
have-
pray.
I got three
Pray
ideas
directly
right
to
off the
Cayenne.
top of my head that would probably, but I can't help here. I'm sorry, bud.
Fuck. Alrighty. So
Um,
hair.
Hare looks over at you, still sobbing into Cayenne's hand.
Go over there. Give him a shoulder
Diane is
hug.
still providing comfort, giving scritches and back rubs.
I can't imagine hair's much bigger than Nikolai.
Hare's not very big. They're a little stuffed animal.
Yeah. It's like, hey, buddy.
You're like a beanie baby.
There's only one thing I can think of that I can do to help get more information as to what happened.
And you hear Biddy, "Oh, kill them again."
No. No, I have the ability to cast a spell. We did it before with your lady. It's called Identify. If you'll let me do that on you, I can get some information.
They just
Oh,
kind of they walk over and they slump on the ground, crying, laying face down in the ground, like, "Do your worst."
Do
They're laying their face down on the ground, absolutely defeated, just sobbing into the ground.
Oh boy.
It's the most defeatist thing you guys have ever seen from a.
Good lord. Calm emotions wouldn't work on the hair either.
So you're gonna do identify?
Yeah, well shit, we gotta rest anyways. I don't have that prepared unless there's it's ritual spell, right? We're still playing it as a ritual spell, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Identify is still listed as ritual.
I thought it was delisted in the new rules.
Nope, we do it as
Nope.
ritual.
Okay. Cool. Yep, I will do identify and attempt my best.
Do an arcana.
Oh, that's right. I also
Don't
got to deal
shake
with
your ass.
wild magic. Alrighty. Yes. I will attempt to shake my ass for the deity that is in my, what's it called, pantheon to help me through this
Performance.
performance. It's not bad. Not good. It's not a 1 like last week. The 10. And just performance, not prayer.
Religion.
Okay. I think it's a 10 straight across. Let me double check. I think actually religion. Sorry. Nope, that's a 12 on religion. 10 on performance, a 12 on religion. And then Arcana. Can I take my time on the Arcana?
10.
It'd be 16. You said 10?
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be 26.
So you do this identify to figure out at least a bit more information on what happened to Mongo and the hair. And you and Cayenne go through the familiar feeling of getting pulled into this identification, and you stand in the field and you see Mongo walking with the hair, and the hair's dragging his usual sword with him.
Way too big for him.
And you're kind of looking at the list that Hatter gave you, Mongo, as you're going about, and you get distracted by something that you can use as an interesting ingredient, checking your spell book. And before you can respond, you kind of start to turn around, and you see Hare instantly tackled by some sort of dog
No.
and being mauled to death. And before you can reach for your spell book, you get whacked about the back of your head really hard. And as you black out, you see a blurry visage of a Fae going, "Oh, you're adorable. I can't wait to keep you forever." And you find yourself...
Finally, somebody finally agrees with Mongo about him being adorable. And she's like, oh, no, now you're going to be a display case. Like, fuck. I can't fucking win here.
And as you're looking at the Hare laying in the middle of the circle, it was the ugliest dog you've ever seen, Cayenne, that mauled Hare to death.
Hey, you just got a blurry image of
Yeah.
the actual character. Could it make any type of gender or race out of him?
It was definitely some sort of Fae.
Man-sized or smaller or what?
You couldn't really tell. Mongo couldn't get a good enough look because it was an attack from behind.
Well, I did the identify on the hair, not a Mongo.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
And the Hare was too busy getting mauled to death.
Gotcha. Well, if there's nothing more in the image, was there any look of the sky?
It was definitely the normal, nice, clear Fae sky.
Yeah, okay. I know landmarks don't mean much, but maybe. Was there any landmarks? Mountain, river, lake?
Open field, hilly, forest off in the distance.
All right, I'll sit down now. Next thing I do, I'm going to thoroughly illustrate everything that I could remember, and see if there's something that we can go with that.
Mm-hmm.
I will take my time, whatever time you allow. So guess what? Just what would it be to draw sleight of hand, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll be able to take time and do sleight of hand on that. Cayenne, you realize why the Hare is so upset.
Yeah.
So 16.
Cayenne's trying to think of how in the fuck she's gonna be able to figure out where Mongo is. And nothing is coming to mind. Literally nothing. Her mind is as blank as Scavs when he's got hit over the head with something very, very hard.
You're able to make a decent representation of this, Nikolai.
I'm including the hills and stuff like that because maybe there are some landmarks that are usable in the Fae.
Yeah. Dinner is pretty uneventful. It's kind of like boiled mystery meat sandwiches, essentially.
And
That's fun.
after
God,
the
that makes
illustration, I'm going
sense.
to take what time Nikolai also needs to do to get the Richa Majika back together because now we've got an issue going on here.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to get that put back together, bud.
Well, he needs to get working on it.
Yeah. So, moving along, you guys eventually do find yourselves in your rooms to sleep. Cayenne, you're eating food that you are able to bring back from the Elven tribe because it is far more satiating than whatever the hell the Hatter cooked.
Yeah.
And you guys eventually find yourselves in bed asleep. Cayenne, In your slumber, Cheyenne's like, oh no, what did I do? That look you're giving me. In your
As I'm remembering what you said toward the beginning before we even started for the night.
So you find yourself in a pitch black, cold darkness in your sleep, and you feel yourself drawn forward through ruins, and you feel yourself pulled through an area. You can do an investigation for me if you want.
I'll take that modified 20.
Nice. You look around briefly as you're being pulled through this area, and you see bodies on the ground in front of these massive, large doors that swing open away from you. And you feel the first drop of your stomach as you see you're seeing a piece of history of the dead members of your parents, where they died, and you're pulled into that tomb where they were going for their final adventure. Deep down into it, you're seeing dozens of bodies, crystalline skeletons, and you hear the rattling of chains and restraints. And as you look forward, you can feel the sweat running down your back as two eyes open like floating ice cubes there. And you hear a gravelly voice roll across you. You want to kill a god. You prayed to me. Release me from my shackles. I will murder them all for you. I will slay every god for you. And you wake up instantly soaked in sweat, realizing that your threat to kill the Red Queen was counted as a prayer towards the god that they locked away, the one that kills gods. That in a way you prayed to that being.
They're not getting the satisfaction of my threat.
And you just sit there in your bed, the moonlight coming in with the knowledge of what you stirred out in the ether.
Well, the Lady of Ravens is not going to be happy to hear about this.
Wow.
Osling is going to scold the fuck out of me. I already know it. Osling is going to scold the fuck out of me. She's going to be like, see, what did I tell you about your anger issues? You need to control that mouth. I can already hear it.
Is Cayenne sitting there beside herself about what just happened?
She is cussing into the air like, God damn it, motherfucking fucking shit. God.
Wouldn't that be me, damn it? You being a god and all?
Nature, damn it. Nature, damn it.
What's Osling's sacred weapon? Is that going to be a wooden spoon from here on out?
It's either one of the... I got one. And this brings me back to nostalgia because of how I grew up. It's like those giant wooden utensils you see in every country grandma's kitchen.
Oh my
hanging up.
god.
We still have a spoon, a fork, and a knife hanging in the kitchen upstairs in my dad's house.
Oh my god. Those. Wow.
Oh. That's very appropriate for Osling.
That tracks. That tracks.
Her lethal weapon, however, is always going to be a scythe.
How upset is Cayenne right now?
She's not happy at all. She is not happy at all. Not even in the slightest. Aimger.
Do a religion. As you're sitting there soaked in sweat in your bed,
That's a 15.
as you start to calm down, kind of probably, I'm guessing, shaking a little bit from the experience.
Yeah.
You realize as to why likely gods are just banished and why gods aren't killed. Why gods don't kill each other, why Alice can't kill the Red Queen can't kill Alice. It would give energy to that god that is locked away. It is a safeguard essentially put in place to prevent that from escaping again.
Oh boy. And now I kind of inadvertently fueled them.
You stirred the sleeping destroyer.
And then at some point, Cayenne is just gonna yell out, "Go the fuck to sleep."
Angelo, you're instantly snapped
Yes.
awake from your slumber as Cayenne says that next door.
Whoa, what? What are you rambling on about?
And you hear Angelo on the other side of the wall.
Nothing. You heard nothing. You heard nothing, crazy man.
Oh my god.
You heard nothing. You know nothing.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Right. What
Just the
hour?
ramblings of a mad god.
What's the
Oh my
hour
God.
of the time right now?
Huh?
What's the hour of the day that we're in?
It kind of, you look outside and you can see where the moons are at. And, you're guessing it's probably about 3 in the morning.
Are the moons still
Wait.
upset with me?
Shit. I had a thought.
And now it's gone.
No, it's not gone yet. It can still happen because we haven't moved on to the next day.
Yeah?
But whether or not Nikolai would have waited, because it's a thought, till the moons are out to attempt to communicate through the moons with Gallier,
Gallier.
see if they have any information that they can provide us as to where Mongo has been taken to.
They wouldn't because it happened during the day.
Well, Nikolai doesn't know that. He's still going to
Yeah.
do it. So I'm just going to try to do a prayer to do that. May I?
Yeah, you can do a religion.
Yeah.
Cayenne, you can do a wisdom for me.
16?
Is 15.
Manga or Nikolai, you would realize that you were like, as good of an idea as that would be, that is fruitless because it happened during the day, and they have no domain over the day.
Crap. That's right.
Cayenne, as you kind of settle it back into bed, you realize in the morning that you get a brilliant idea. A light bulb goes off. You're dealing with a possible Fae kidnapping. You're gonna have to go to the Fae City and get a hold of possibly Alufa and Osling, because this is a Fae ordeal.
Hmm.
So you'll have to talk to Alice in the morning to get back to deal with this situation.
Yay. Okay.
Yay!
You're like,
Well, that'll be a fun trip nonetheless.
what an eventful night for you.
What is sanity? I mean,
And
why am I asking? Given the party we are traveling with, why am I asking?
and Tom's over there like, what did I miss last session? Revelation.
Have to watch the video, Tom.
I think he prefers the organic learning method of finding out in game.
True.
Gonna
Mongo
call
wasn't
him
there.
A, call him B.
Uh, So the next morning comes, Nikolai, you've gotten your reach jig about 40% put back together.
Is it enough put together that I could use the magical tinkering to finish it all up?
It's going to take a while, regardless.
Okay.
You were missing a few pieces.
Fuck. Didn't get them all. Damn it.
And you see, Angelo, as you come out of your room, you look over at Cayenne, and she actually looks a little frazzled in the morning. She's like fixing her hair, and she just looks like she had a rough night.
You probably see her aggressively jerking a comb through her hair, like giving no care at all to how many strands she's ripping out.
And you look over at this, Nikolai, as you're sipping a little bit of morning brew. Your sister does not look in the best of happy shape, and she went to bed rather in a delightful mood.
Other than her brother being.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
Well, I got at least too many news.
Are you well?
Talking to
You
you
don't
guys.
look your usual self.
What
You
happened to you?
say when you're making threats, you just don't say them out loud. Because someone may wake up.
What?
And
What did you do?
we
You
don't
got-
talk about it.
You gotta give this to us because it's always either me, Mongo, or Scav that had done something to cause a problem. Now you've apparently done something to cause a problem. You gotta share.
It's not anything that either of you can help with.
And you see that Angelo's back as well.
Where the hell were you?
Whisked away by the god of love to entertain some rather interesting idea.
Translation: he went hooking.
Given what Cayenne knows, and I know he will be listening,
let-
when we needed you, you mean to tell me you got whisked away to give prayers and worship in the meaning of putting your pecker in one of many holes?
Well, there are more elegant
Sound
ways
about right?
to put it. There are more elegant ways to put it, yes. However, I was more or less taken away by the god himself. Not exactly something I have control of.
I mean, that's true.
Although, needless to say, it sounds like the problem created that was of your efforts are definitely interesting. What did you do?
I made a threat toward the Red Queen, and apparently, someone who can kill people like me decided I was praying to them.
That does not sound very good.
No, it's not.
Told you.
It's really not.
Told you. Like I said, who are we to declare war on a god?
And this just
An
proves
issue.
Mongo's point that the gods are basically just making up the fucking rule system to go.
Told you he'd say that. I told you. It's on the bingo card.
Where is Mongo? He's not present.
Yeah, he's been abducted.
Abducted, you say?
Yes, by this.
Which
And I show her the picture.
I have an idea of how we can remedy this, but it requires us to get Alice to take us back to the Fey City.
Ah. Call the cops on him, basically.
In a manner of speaking, kind of, sort of, yeah. I mean, we're dealing with a Fey,
Oh fuck.
and it's a
See?
Fey-related matter.
And Mongo's officially a royal person, so yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure
That would be
the Fey court would be a
uh,
little bit upset that a royal has been abducted under their control and effectively, ostensibly, for their protection.
Yeah, we are listed under protection of Osling and Alufa's family, who have a home here in the Feywild.
All right,
So,
that's a good idea, sis.
So are we
call your
cracking
sister up.
skulls
At
again?
least my frazzlement gave me an idea.
It's not hard to find Alice. She's downstairs at the tea party, and she's at the head of the table with Cheshire.
We have some news that may require us to travel back to the Fey City.
First breakfast.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And she just looks. She's just dead looking at you, Cayenne, like she's like, dabbling in my medicine, are you? You look a little unhinged.
Let's just say when you make a threat to someone, it can be taken as praying to someone else.
Oh, interesting. Well,
So I'm hoping this fucker stays asleep.
sit down, have breakfast. Let the thought bother you no more.
So, Alice, can
Nicholas.
I suppose you have at least some familiarity with some of the denizens in this area?
Some, many, a couple,
Alrighty.
here and there, about.
Can I show you a picture that I drew of an image of what happened last night or yesterday?
Breakfast first and then business. There are rules at the table.
Okay. Okay. Eat a little
Who's
bit
all
and say I'm
present
done
right
with
now?
breakfast.
Alice's crew and Cayenne and Mongo.
Eat a little bit of the most tasty thing
Mongo.
I can find on
Or,
the
Nikolai.
eat a little bit of the most tasty looking thing I can find on the table and say I'm done with breakfast.
And you see Biddy just face first into a bluish cupcake.
Now I'm thinking of blueberry muffin. Damn it. Why'd you do that to me?
Man, why you gotta say that? Now I want to.
And it's got the cookie crumb on top.
Mm.
Fuck off, Crystal's amazing.
No, it's even better, however, when that cookie. Little lemon flavor to it.
Nah, I like it
Well,
more
where-
with a cinnamon sugar cookie crumb and butter that's melting through those cracks.
Oh, for sure.
I will go ahead and have some present. Not drinking, unless it's the tea that Alice provides.
Holy butt crap, man, you are cutting out like a mixtape. Yeah, tea's given, and you're looking at the tea, and it seems relatively boring this time around.
Look over at Alice. They...
Alice raises an eyebrow ever so slightly. That depends on your definition of safe, as that term is different per person or thing.
Not wrong.
Is this the tea that you suggest us not to drink?
Seems safe enough to me.
God. Why do gods have to be so cryptic all the time? I will have a drink of the tea.
Because mortals aren't supposed to get easy answers. You're
It's
supposed to work for it.
it's like drinking
Fucking
pure
clearly.
concentrated. It's like if you took tea, brewed it, and then dehydrated it, and then reliquefied it.
Only a little bit, huh?
It is like the pure concentrated essence of tea.
That's a strong tea. That could be actually pretty good.
Fuck, that might be good. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be like steeping. It'd be like taking what a gallon of water and steeping like 4 tea bags in it for longer than the recommended steep time.
I usually do 2 tea bags to 24 ounces of water.
Okay, but what about, like 6 tea bags and a big jug and just leave it out in the sun?
Yeah, I
like,
do
a
8
good
in
few
my gallon and a half of for sun tea.
I like strong tea.
Yeah, but that's a gallon.
Gallon and a half.
And I usually let it steep about 30 minutes to an hour.
And I leave that out there, out in the sun when the minute the sun comes up to the minute sun goes down. It's nice and strong. It's delicious.
And then
Yeah,
bring it
we
in
can't do that
barehanded.
here.
Yeah, yeah.
We can't do that here.
Why?
The massive amount of insects that we have in our backyard.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen
That
the
would
bugs at your place. Yeah.
The fire ants are a huge problem here. Now we have hammerhead worms.
Hammerhead worms? That'd be something to look into.
You look
They're
at it on break.
neurotoxic.
They're what?
They're neurotoxic.
Oh, cool.
So tea time happens.
Cayenne is enjoying the tea and sharing
Who made the
what
tea this
contents
time?
are left of her pouch of giggles until she harvests more.
Who made the tea this time?
Hatter
good.
looks over. And that was a recipe that I and your missing compatriot made.
Awesome. It's very good.
Aww.
Almost like coffee.
And yours, Cayenne, is like a really nice, creamy, sweet black licorice.
Huh. That could be a tasty tea.
Cayenne likes licorice. The player cannot have it at all.
I'm aware as to why.
Who wants to see the Cayenne vomit blood?
Not me. But yeah, you're able to have the delicious tea, and tea time and breakfast passes, and you're just enjoying the various cupcakes. You're like, why is it always cupcakes and cookies for breakfast? And you're having trauma memories of that cake, Nikolai.
At least it's not that cake.
That terrible, terrible cake.
So after breakfast, I'll try to catch Alice to see if she recognizes any of the character in that drawing illustration. Actually.
You see her standing there, Cayenne, looking at the parchment that Nikolai hands over. And she motions for Hatter to come over, and she holds out her hand. And he sets a comically large magnifying glass into her hand, and she starts looking through it at the picture.
It would be kind of small, wouldn't it?
It's Nikolai-sized.
Paint a larger picture, regular, sheet of paper. kind of size thing, maybe.
And she hands the magnifying glass back and the picture to you. My eyes don't deceive me, as it just seems like a beautiful portrait of the wilds. It could be a number of places, and there's too many to count on my digits.
Okay, I was more talking about the dog thing and the person.
She looks at you and she's like,
Have you seen them before? That dog is very, very unique.
The same could be said about you.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
No.
No. And the person, unfortunately, hair didn't have that good of a view on him.
No. I am not equipped to decipher and investigate such odd movements. Hi,
Okay.
Anne. What is the business that you
Mhm.
ask of?
Well, you notice Bongo was not here because he was taken.
Yes.
The individual that Mongo was taken by is Faye.
Oh,
From Hare's words, they're a Faye that's dressed fancier than Mongo usually dresses. My thought was they could potentially be a noble, royalty, or someone who thinks that they are. I thought that if we went back to the Fae City, maybe we could get them involved and figure out where exactly Mongo is and who kidnapped him.
ah. Well, let's go talk to the mirror.
Let's go, Ace.
Ace picks up Biddy. Do you follow after Angelo?
Of course.
And you head inside and she speaks to the mirror, and the mirror presents you with a Lufa's home. And she's like, well, go ahead. I will not be joining you there. Just simply speak into the mirror when you want to return.
Simply speaking. So just call
Thank
your
you
name.
so much.
Well, you have to say the magic words, mirror, mirror.
Mirror, mirror. Let us speak with Alice, dear.
You'll figure it out, darling. And she picks you up, Nikolai, and just flings you through the mirror. Ah, that thought is gone. Be gone, thought.
Before Cayenne disappears, she's gonna offer a hug to Alice.
She looks at you perplexed, tilting her head slightly, and I don't know how to engage in a hug properly. You'll have to walk me through it.
I'll show her the proper actions of giving a hug.
And she goes through.
Actually, is Hatter there?
He's outside cleaning the table.
I was gonna say, if there is anyone that's around, I can use as an example.
Just tell her to T-pose, and then you hug her, and then she can copy.
Do you really want Alice a T-pose for dominance?
I think she would be confused if I said, "Stand like you look like the letter T."
Stand with
I think
your
she would be
arms out.
very.
The-
She'd be more confused.
The amount of power that would go behind that would be cataclysmic. Okay.
Is she?
I would tell her to. Approach. And what you do is you take your arms, like you're holding a big pot, but you wrap it around the person underneath their arms to their back to pull them close to the body.
She does this, and it's the most stiff hug you've ever had.
It's baby steps. Baby steps. I would give her a gentle squeeze back so she feels how I'm hugging her.
And she does it back, and she's like, I've never done one of these before.
I'm not a hugger, but that sounds kind of sad.
I typically
No comment.
prefer not to accept hugs, but I do like to give hugs to people I consider important in my life that I've met.
Interesting concept. Angela, do an insight for me.
I like to consider you important in my life as well. I know it's an odd concept given your history and
Well,
what you've experienced, but I just wanted you to know.
And she just simply just nods. Thank you.
Of course.
I believe the proper response is likewise.
That would get a smile from Cayenne. I'll definitely try to be back as soon as I can.
It's no rush. I will be here attending to the business that I attend to.
Give Hare some scratches behind his ears for me in my absence. He was pretty upset about Mongo.
Hare tries to be brave, but is more cowardice than brave. But he tries.
Hare is very sweet. Y'all take care while we're gone, please.
She nods at you slightly. And Angelo, you watch this exchange between both of them before you step through the mirror. And you see it as another example of the words that your deity spoke to you about love and compassion. How it can be stronger than a cruelty.
Right?
And I guess you
Duly noted.
I guess you head through the mirror as well, and Ace takes it, comes up from behind with Biddy.
Thank you kindly for the hospitality. We'll be back soon.
Of course you will.
think.
And the mirror just becomes a mirror where you're now back in a Lupa's home.
Oh, that's different.
It kind of feels, going through the mirror, kind of feels like you jumped into a swimming pool in the middle of winter time.
So it feels wonderful.
As someone who has done a polar bear plunge, it's invigorating, to say the least.
It is. It is.
All right, we are back. We're going to go ahead and jump into the rest of tonight's session. You guys find yourself back into Alufa's house. You know that, Cayenne, you could go and request a messenger to deliver a message to Alufa so that she can come here.
Yep. And she would do that.
You see, you guys don't even get to settle in. You just see Cayenne instantly heading for the door into play.
We'll go with her.
What about you, Angelo?
I will be following suit.
All right.
A person that I've been charged to protect has been kidnapped.
You head out the door, and it's fairly easy to find a messenger, Cayenne, as they're all about. And you guys gleam at the magical city, the high courts of the Fey courts, essentially. And the messenger comes over to you, taps her heels together and bows in that very regal-looking garment that's a little gaudy.
I have an urgent message I need to get to. Am I supposed to say Alufa's name?
You would, actually.
I need to get an urgent message to Alufa.
Ah, they hold out a scroll for you to fill out what the message would be.
Okay. It would essentially be saying Mongo has gone on an adventure with an unknown fae, and we need you here to help get this sorted out. Please.
Are you sharing what you're putting down on the message?
Yeah, she's probably writing
You would
it.
literally be standing beside me. I wouldn't be hiding what I'm writing down, but
what is
saying a
with
word.
everybody's like obscurity on like communications? Mongo's been abducted by a fae. Please help.
It's literally what I was saying.
Yeah, but you said went on a
It's without
adventure
like literally
without-
stating those exact words in case anyone else is reading it. We're in the Feywild, Nikolai. This is
Hey.
player saying this to player. We're in the Feywild. The fuck don't you understand?
As you guys are going back and forth, you can see the messenger starts sweating a little bit, like.
Like
So,
the way Cayenne writes scrolls to get the message across is going to be in code, because she remembers that people can be watching and or listening at any given point. So
So,
code is necessary.
Yeah, but aren't
Are
we like protected
we-
here?
To a degree.
Feywild.
Hey,
It
Angelo,
changes
you
whenever.
look like you're dealing with Vaseline again.
yeah, there's lights that are off. I can't really finding.
Okay.
Apparently, it's also messing with your microphone too.
All right. So you send the message off, and you go back in the house, and you can smell food coming from the kitchen as the upper court that you're in and the noble house that you're in. Food has been provided and drink has been provided to make you more comfortable.
Better food than what we were getting before, I presume.
Much better. There's fruits of all
Okay.
kinds, vegetables of all kinds, delicious meats of all kinds, dried cheeses, several bottles of wine.
Nice. I will definitely imbibe while waiting.
Cayenne, the seeds that you got, as you're eating through the fruits and the vegetables that's been given to you, you're recognizing, you're
Mhm.
putting, you couldn't really identify what the seeds were that you had gotten from the tribe, but as you hear, you're
Mhm.
realizing that they gave you seeds for essentially what you're finding here, sustainable fruits and vegetables, equivalent to like, the tomatoes, carrots, and things that you would find back home, but the Fey equivalent, essentially.
Okay. So
Fey crops.
Fey farm goods.
Yeah, and they gave you a plethora of them so that you'd be able to grow your own crops and have Fey food.
That's pretty
Yay!
cool.
All the food here kind of has a certain level of almost kind of like a sweetness to it. Even the potatoes, like as you taste them, you're like, there's a certain level of sweetness here. You're like, they do not believe in salt in the Feywilds.
We know where Alufa gets it then.
You eat some of the meat, and even that is like a honey type of meat. You're like, there's no salt.
I mean, could be worse.
Let's put sugar on sugar.
But you, in your pack high, and you're able to get some salt out and sprinkle it on there to even out the. It's not like overbearing sweet, but it's just like, okay, there's subtle hints of sweet to everything here.
Does explain a few things.
Is this where the sugar pulling fairies come from?
Those hide during hunting season because they're delicious. My question is the GM joking or not?
Oh,
But the afternoon just drags on as you guys are there waiting. Nikolai, you're working on the Reach-a-Majig.
yep. Definitely.
What are you
Cayenne
working?
is trying not to.
Lose her shit.
Cayenne's trying not to lose her shit after temporarily nudging awake a psychopath.
Yeah. Yeah, basically. What's Angelo doing?
I'm gonna try some of this food that looks really good and probably something I wasn't able to eat now.
The food to you, Angelo, is a stark change up from what you've been having and what you've had back home.
I would imagine so.
The food back home is it's very earthly seasoned, even bland most of the time, and just probably either before the expiration date or after the expiration date.
Mm.
This is all with, like, prepared for nobility of this area.
Gotcha. All right. So this is like really good, delicious food that you can find that happens to have a lot of intense flavor.
But there
And
is
the
a
food
little
back in
bit of
the-
sweetness to all of it.
Mhm.
All right. And then the food back in Lord Victor's realm is basic Britain before they got spices.
It's medieval day food that had no spice. Survival food.
Survival food.
All right. And Alufa's here with us currently or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. This is delicious. Who made it?
Cayenne, you'd be able to answer that. This is a noble Fey house, so since there are people of the house, it would just be there. It's an enchantment.
Just an enchantment in here. It's provided to noble houses.
Ah, magical food. Interesting.
Nikolai, do some tinkering for me.
Alrighty.
Mungo, as you sit in your anger cell, you feel some nails. You feel some nails tap on the glass a little bit, and you see the Fae that has captured you. She's like, "How's my most adorable newest prized possession doing?"
15.
Not a possession.
I found you out in the wild. I claimed you. You're clearly mine now. Oh, you're absolutely
Yep.
cute.
Yeah. If anyone gets to claim me, it's not going to be you, whoever the hell you are. My wife may take issue with this.
You're saying there's another one of you out there. Is it as cute as you?
Well, she's definitely as wrathful.
Ah. Well, you just sit in there and enjoy. And she taps the glass and goes over and sits on that
No.
throne.
No.
There's no enjoyment here.
And she scritches that godforsaken dog that is now chewing on one of the straps to your goggles.
Oh, shit.
Motherfucker.
And you were worried about Nikolai damaging him.
What do you mean, were? Why did you phrase that in past tense?
Because now you got a bigger worry.
Mongo's now absolutely livid.
And still trying to shed.
Does the stress help with shedding?
Mongo,
Does anger help with shedding?
do an insight for me.
Button. Insight?
Mm-hmm.
15.
As you're sitting there trying to anger shed and glaring daggers, you look around again
Anger shit.
and you put together what this Fae had
Lunatic?
said. And you realize all these other little statues were things that they found adorable and they're preserving them somehow. Mongo is very
Yeah, I'll
unhappy.
settle for a smaller version of Cayenne's sigil. Just smaller should take less fur.
Late in the afternoon, there's a knock at the door, and you can hear some rustling inside the entryway.
I'll answer the door if I hear it and I'm present.
And as you walk over there, Nikolai, you hear Osling. She's like, "Why do you knock on the door to your own home?"
Yeah, that would be a good question.
And Alufa simply looks over. It's polite.
So, yeah. I mean, okay, yeah.
And Osling takes
Those other
Alufa's
people are in there.
coat and hangs it up. And Alufa is like, "I got your message."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it need to be deciphered, or did Cayenne make sense?
She made sense.
Okay.
Clear enough.
Clear enough.
Mostly. So, what... Okay, which one of you is responsible for losing Mongo?
Himself?
Yeah. Himself.
And Osling just stands there for a moment, and she's like, "Excuse me? Mongo..."
Lost himself, yes.
Alufa's like,
Wasn't actually by his own choice, though.
"Ah... Right."
He was forcefully lost.
And you say it was a fae.
Yeah, I show her a picture. It's the best I could do with what
There
I would
was a
see
very,
from it. Identify.
I don't like to use this term given my domain, but there was an ugly dog there.
Osling looks over and she's like, "There's a lot of ugly dogs."
This one is the definition.
Oh.
No, like, I hate using the term, but no other creature compares.
I mean, look at it. That's not just me messing up the drawing. That's what it looked like.
She's like, "Ah." Alufa just kind of rolls the scroll up. She's like, "I have to visit the court. I'll be back in about an hour. I'll have news then."
Okay. Can we come?
She turns and gives you the kindest like look, and you instantly recognize this look. Cayenne is, "Oh, darling, no,
That is a
So,
negative, Nikolai.
So, are we cracking skull? Diplomacy?
We're waiting an hour.
We are
Osling,
waiting until word is given back.
Osling comes into the house and she's like, Mongo lost himself. That's a new one.
Forcefully.
Normally it's Scaver, the
Faye
one that gets
forcefully
lost.
made him get lost. Yes. I know. I know. But-
Trixie Faye.
I have a question for the GM there.
Yeah.
Since Osling and Alufa are currently in our presence, and will probably be going back sometime very soon, and Alufa says she's going to be gone for at least an hour, is that enough time that Nikolai can spend to basically replicate what that printout was
Go print out?
that he got from the
Oh.
homeland?
Yeah, go ahead and do a
Yeah.
sleight of hand.
He will take whatever time it takes he can do to do that, and he's going to give it to the copy.
Osling looks over at you, Hyan. You look stressed. You never look stressed.
You make threats against someone and it is seen as praying to a certain someone that wasn't a forever sleep. Yeah.
Oh.
17 plus time.
It's going to take a little bit of time, Nikolai, but you sit down and you start just working on it very diligently and carefully. Oh. So, Victor. Or someone else. Ah. Got it.
One that was put into a forever sleep for a very good reason.
Ah.
As
Well,
in, Victor would stand no chance.
got it. Okay. Understood.
They made contact with me in a dream, and I cannot forget the words that were released from their mouth.
Well, carry that.
I was. When you
What
make threats to
exact-
want to get rid of someone, you better pray that you are not of power or authority so as not to draw his eye again.
So, what you're saying, she gets into her pack and she fishes around for something and she takes it out. Gods aren't allowed to just. In terms that you're saying, I want to kill another god.
Yeah.
Ah. Clear. Interesting.
Hmm.
And she holds out the box to you, and you instantly recognize it, and it's a little bit of happiness instantly brought to you. It's from the bakery back home that Lumion often takes you to. I was to deliver this to you since I was seeing you in person.
Thank you. I wish you could meet Alice.
Strange individual.
I like her a lot. I showed her how to properly hug. Tried to.
She raises an eyebrow. I wasn't a hugger before, but my wife insists otherwise.
I believe that hugs are good when you share them with people you consider important in your life.
Yes, that's a lesson I've had to learn myself.
I figured that given all the things that we'd been dealing with Alice's party, she could use a form of comfort, although it's an odd concept to her. I figured she could use some.
Hmm. How's your other compatriot, Han?
Oh,
He's dead.
yeah, gone.
He abandoned you. He's supposed to be your guide. You hear
About
this,
that.
Nikolai?
No,
I think
no, he didn't
Cayenne and
abandon.
Nikolai are both in unison laughing
That's a story.
about
been-
that.
Pan has been slaughtered, gutted, and treated like the pig that he is.
I'm going to share the vision of that room with
Ah,
Osling.
and she just stands there. And you can see that stone cold look on Osling. And for you, Angelo, you look over and you see that look on Osling's face, and it's just. You've rarely ever saw Victor make that look on his face, and it was terrifying.
Duly noted.
I have a special place in my realm for that.
Your harbingers were very helpful in calming me down when I witnessed what was done.
Good. I'm
That was by far the most disgusting and vile thing I have ever seen in my life, and I hope I never see something to that degree ever again.
And she pats you on the shoulder. But you gazed upon that dog.
That's funny.
You know, when you write, you write. Shit. Oh. But not all was bad.
Huh?
There's actually a deity who would love to meet you, and another I would like you to meet.
It's not every day someone wants to meet death.
Well, considering that our mother reached out to her in order for us to be here.
You see her raise an
pretty
eyebrow
important.
at you.
To put it simply, Mom and Dad did not have the ability to create us.
It was a-
Without her assistance, we would not be here.
it was a divine intervention then. Huh.
And when I met her, she was beyond ecstatic to know that instead of Mom and Dad having one child, that they had two.
Little miracles.
She was by far like the sweetest, I believe, in common tongue, her form is what is called a triceratops, some type of dinosaur. Very,
Druids-
very pretty.
There are some druids that go to the far wilds of the material realm and they speak of such things. And knowing that one has traveled this far is pretty interesting.
You would absolutely love her, especially to see her tree.
She kind of tilts her head a little bit. A tree.
Her sacred tree, where those who have wanted to meet her and speak to her, they leave a little bit of themselves behind like a trinket.
I would like to meet her someday. Hopefully it's not in the
Well,
crossroads.
No, no. We'll definitely make a trip there together one day. I did tell her that I would at least bring you there to meet her.
She holds up a finger like, and she comes over to you, Nikolai, and she sits down next to you with you on the table. And she gently scritches you behind the back of the neck.
Hey.
And she's like, she looks at you very bluntly, and she's like, Nikolai,
Yeah.
they died quickly.
So you know.
Well, kind of my nature.
Yes, no, so.
The air is about you, so I
Yeah.
thought it would comfort you that to know that it was quick.
Yeah. Got this from home, apparently. Trying to get the original. I'm gonna ask either you or Lufa to take the original to Mom, maybe, or should I keep it? I don't know.
Keep it into your possession and give it to your mother yourself. Protect it.
Perhaps she can understand what was written out as, give you or Lufa the copy to bring to her.
Ask Mongo when he's back. Share it as a moment.
Yeah, true. So you're saying don't tell Mom about this yet?
I think it was given to you for a reason and not her.
Okay.
And she looks over at you, Angela, and you can feel her gaze on you, and she's like... And she just kind of smiles a little bit. And it's that unnerving smile that Alufa gets, and she's like... And how is my little genocide causer doing?
Alive, actually.
I'm
And
aware.
quite well.
I heard Biddy in the
Still
night
coming to
crying out about its losses.
yeah.
God, if I was Angelo, that would sting so hard.
Oh, it does.
Oh. Cayenne still hasn't gotten over, oh God, it wasn't Rufio. God. Oh my God. I named him something.
What was it?
Oh, the mushroom, the boom shroom.
The boom shroom.
Mongo is just stewing
Hey,
there
why
with
did I have-
absolute anger.
Oh, the one that blows up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Fuse. And he's gone.
Fuse, that's what it was.
Fuse. Yeah, Cayenne still hasn't gotten over Fuse. I don't think she ever will.
Yeah.
Fuse was
Fuse.
awesome.
Well, he chose that sacrifice. No one forced him to do it.
I know, but she's still not gonna get over it.
Yeah.
They were baby. They were still baby.
Yeah.
Little explosive mushroom of doom.
They're still missed.
Helped.
A little mushroom that loved to shoot their mouth off.
Osling just kind of
l-
looks over at you, Angelo. I recommend that you abandon genocide. It's not a good look in the afterlife for you.
Working on it. Met an individual you may actually like.
Oh, he's definitely working it, we're following a different domain, that's for sure, dear sister.
Ah,
Have you ever heard of Ohiros?
She's like, can't say I have. I don't really delve into the circles of other deities too often.
Liz, let's just say
he's
they
Ah,
very popular with bards.
Ah,
they're
And
very
those who are very hedonistic.
I'll have to ask Coin about it when I'm back home.
Please do.
they're very passionate, I guess you could say.
You could say that about any god and the things that they do.
A brothel is the perfect place to send prayers and worship. And that is no shade. That is no shade against them either. They are actually a very loving and very kind, very open-minded deity.
Huh. You guys have just met all sorts of beings here so far, haven't you?
Yes. I've been
The
stewing
moon
with that
deity
question,
was
actually.
moon deity was the most interesting.
Moon deity.
Yes. So,
I would tell her the name. That I mess up the pronunciation, but
Yeah.
I would tell her the name.
yeah, so maybe you can answer this, Osling, since you are more in tune with your newfound responsibilities than your sister. Why, in all of creation, are us mortals constantly getting direct, not just passive, maybe they're there, but direct contact with gods so often? From my count, I have personally spoke with like 6 gods, not including you two. And I've never lived my life as a devout worshiper. I don't understand.
Angelo, you hear this.
And these aren't like their avatars. It's them.
She looks over at you, Cayenne, and it's kind of like a look of like, most mortals don't interact with gods too often. You might be a special case.
That's it, huh?
Well, you are the family members, people that managed to break into Victor's world. You are very special.
And Osling just laughs.
We didn't exactly break in.
He's talking about our
Some
family.
idiot
Did
decided
we
to make
ever
a deal.
share that story with him? Would Angela know that?
Doubtful.
Oh, Angel would definitely
only thing
know
I
that,
would've
having been inside the realm.
Yeah.
The only thing I would have said is we didn't exactly just sneak in, dude.
You guys were invited.
Well,
in.
oh,
Victor
no.
may have told him.
Talking about when the parents stapled
When the
his,
parents
Yeah.
Throw him
punched
to
a
the floor.
hole into his realm. Remember, Angela's over a century old.
Yeah, he would have been around for that one.
would have heard about something that didn't officially happen, right?
That he definitely would have heard about thought.
No, Victor would have kept that one to himself, as angry as he was. Osling looks over and she's like, you know,
It's
Victor really doesn't appreciate uninvited guests, but I can assure you that Scabbard is doing well.
I appreciate that.
Considering the lovely nickname that he gave him that I've heard more than once, I would assume he's doing fine. Not to mention, there was no deception in the words that were spoken when the deal was struck in the first place.
If you think those words are bad, he referred to Scabbard as my little pumpkin while I was there.
hmm.
Man, he's like, no!
If there's one thing that Victor is, he's not someone who goes back on deals. That much I can guarantee you.
He's not too fond of death just dropping in to see how someone is doing.
I wouldn't imagine so.
Considering that words have been exchanged between us. If he were so much as to go back on his word, this might get pretty bad for him.
Per chat, still better than blood bag or snack pack.
Yeah, yeah.
See, at least snack pack wouldn't be the worst thing, because are you kidding me? That chocolate pudding is good.
Oh my
Okay.
god. I got the perfect mental image. He refers to him as a little snack pack, and he puts a little harness on him around his waist like a fanny pack.
Oh god. No. He has the little baby carrier harness backpack that's on his front, and he carries him on his chest. Like a baby.
Has Velcro on it that says snack pack in permanent marker. Oh boy, we are terrible people. So Alufa comes
What's even
back,
better, okay.
and Cayenne, I want you to do a religion. You would have advantage because you're in the
Mars, baby,
presence of
kill.
another god.
Even though I just rolled a 1?
Yep, you have advantage.
I will take a 19.
Nice
Nice.
recovery. Alupa comes back and she's like, you see a few other Fae are with her. She's like, it's fine. They're essentially Fae investigators.
Okie dokie.
These are members of my house.
Okay.
And the investigators are like, you are the identifying party to identify. They look at the parchment. The Mongo.
The
Well,
Mongo.
we're looking for Mongo, yes.
The Mongo. Okay.
I mean, that's better than a
The
Mongo.
one and only.
Aloof was like, we're getting into Fae politics. I need to speak to you guys in private.
Okay.
And Alufa walks past you, Cayenne, and you feel almost like a ping of something as she walks past you. You can do an
I
insight
would
with advantage.
Focus on that? I can do a what?
Insight with advantage. My god, your rolls tonight.
Yeah, my insight, it was a 9.
You are hyper focused on that, whatever it is. It just got the full attention of your ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
And she takes you into a side room and closes the double doors with the three of you present. And Osling leans against the table. So, we're getting into Fae politics. We have to deal with this like Fae. We're making accusations against another house.
Oh, we actually are. This is actually a noble person. Okay.
I mean, whenever not gonna lie, when a Fae is mentioned to be wearing fancier clothes than how Mongo typically dresses,
The
that's a very
Mongo.
easy assumption.
So, the way things function in the Fae courts is complicated, depending on the day. Never do business on what we consider
Mm.
midweek.
This
That's
is
when there are
actually
more
Nikolai face
rules than the
palming.
other days. Luckily, it is end of week and people want a short day, so there are fewer rules to deal with.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. That's a little, but still a little crazy.
There were two people in attendance that raised their flag and identifying who this could have been. Two individuals, they don't want to be involved in the incident, but they spoke in agreement that this person has a questionable history.
Okay.
Alufa, it just kind of stands there, and Osling's like, details. Get to the details. So you said a strange-looking dog. There's only one Fey house that has a strange-looking dog. Their owner loves that strange little dog.
So we abduct it, use it as ransom for Nicholas.
No, we don't. That's how you... No. You're
I'm
not
just joking.
spoiling the name of my house.
I'm just joking. Jeez.
So, within the Fey courts, your names are safe. You can't steal someone's name. It's against the law. If you go to the Sealy court, they can steal your name. It's not against the law there.
Ah.
But within the Fey courts, a name is protected property of the owner.
Okay.
Trust me, you don't want to see the amount of documentation that you have to fill out to give someone your name in the Fey courts. So we have to go to the house. We have to go in. We have to identify Mongo and make the accusations and hope that the two investigators think that that's enough. We can't draw blood. We can't kill anybody. I know how you guys function.
Killing is only a necessary step. Not do it every time step. Jeez.
Our
Osling,
past history would like to argue with you.
Osling looks
That's true,
over.
that's true. Well, I mean, they were trying to kill us.
You guys are talking about how often you don't resort to killing. My ledger would like to say otherwise.
Look, I'm a
Killing only
mouse.
happens because business that we
I
are
thought he
pulled
was gonna kill
into
me.
ends up in that.
The Fae goes by the name of Folly. She's an elder Fae, and she collects cute things.
Falvin?
Folly.
Folly? Okay. So we are going to be accompanied with these investigators to Folly's house?
Correct.
Okay. So we don't have to go find them.
No.
Okay.
And we're to identify Mongo if he is present. State the case that he is your property and my house's property. And go from there. She's apparently very fickle and obsessed with cute things. And the fact that Mongo is outside the walls of Alice's domain? Osling nods. And outside of the walls of the Fae court, he was free game.
So, okay.
And if she doesn't comply?
Then we air the laundry that we're aware of, and one of her children... Oh, I let slip. Two of her children identified her.
Ah, okay.
Her children have disowned their house. They belong to other houses and other organizations within the Fae courts because of what their mother has done. Not what
And if she still
Mongo.
doesn't comply?
Then we handle it like Fae.
Or mice, men, and centaurs.
Satyr.
No,
Satyrs.
in the Fey Wilds, we handle it like Fey, Nikolai. There's no other option. And we're not suggesting any other option.
I'm just leaving options open.
Cayenne, you can do another insight.
I am not. Because we came here to not cause trouble. Insight was a 7.
The only
Okay.
instructions were to obey ourselves or behave ourselves. This is the way we behave.
You will behave in my home, Nikolai.
Exactly. What have I done in your home to rile up offense?
Lupa just kind of laughs a bit, and she's like, I hate being serious. I really do.
I don't like being serious either, but unfortunately, this situation kind of pulled some strings and have turned me into my mother.
Come on, let's go. And as Lupa leaves the room and Angelo follows after her and Nikolai, Osling stops you for a moment, Cayenne. Like, why are you staring a hole through my wife?
Before we walked back here, I felt like an odd ping.
You felt that too.
I don't know what it was. I couldn't identify what it was.
Yeah. Yeah. Who do we pray to figure out something like that?
I don't think it's really a matter of praying. I think the only place we could find an answer to that would be maybe the city. Not this city. Just for clarification.
Oh, that city.
Because as you know, it is neutral ground and we can find whatever answers we're looking for there. Most answers.
After I felt that come off of her, I've been overly protective of her, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Like what I was telling you earlier, I don't know if it has something to do with what I yelled out into the ether and someone answered, or if it's something else.
I think it's something else. She's been taking on more unusual responsibilities, such as actually comforting people that have come back home from the ongoing war. The families and the people that have come back. Well, I'd make my rounds dealing with people that are not going to be around much longer. She's comforting people in the same breath of air. It's odd.
Maybe she feels called to doing that. Much in the way that in some professions you have individuals called death doulas. They comfort the surviving families and those that are about to pass on to make the transition easier so they're not fearful.
Maybe.
Maybe that could be what it is.
She stands up fully and she's like, it's kind of almost eerie. And you hear her say that it's eerie to her. To see that someone is in such a odd state and then she just talks to them and they're suddenly at ease.
Maybe there's more to your wife than we actually realize or recognize.
She just kind of shrugs a bit. Maybe, I don't know. I've been around her constantly. Go along, you have to go
Sometimes
save
things
Mongo.
change.
Yeah? And she walks out with you, and
I mean, that's like when we met Alice for the first time, and then that switched completely. Be like, wait, what? Huh? Wait, you are. Oh,
she pauses for a moment. She finally connects the dots about Alice, and she looks at you.
just saying.
Huh. We'll talk more when you come back.
Just think about it.
Yeah.
Do some research in your own time, but keep a level head about it. Don't let it get you flustered or worried or upset.
Come on. I'm literally deaf. I don't have a huge emotional range.
Need I remind you of home when you got the least bit upset and then we had winter forever?
You hear this, Angelo, and you're like, fuck?
Thought I already left the room with the others.
No, they came walking into the other room together talking.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. What did you say?
Nothing of importance right now. And you guys head out to go rescue the Mungo, walking across the pavement to another beautiful Fey house. And one of the investigators walks ahead and knocks on the door. And knocks again. And knocks again.
Knock harder.
And you see the Fey investigators step back. Their wings flutter a little bit, and they reach in their jacket and they pull out what looks to be a sledgehammer. And they line it up with the bottom of the door below the glass, and they strike the door several times, and it just echoes violently loud.
All right, knock harder.
And you hear the other thing. That's right, Florence. Sometimes you need to knock a little harder. And the door opens, and you see this beautiful Fae. She leans against the door frame. And she's pale, slender, beautiful with these pearlescent wings. And something that strikes to you instantly, while they're like this beautiful pearlescent cayenne, you see the pattern, and it's the pattern of a death moth on them.
That's cool.
Of course.
And her eyes are like this vibrant, beautiful green, and you can see her hair is like a fading pastel, bluish purple color. And she's wearing a beautiful silver dress, and she's like, "Oh, company. How can I help you?" Investigators as well. Oh, I haven't seen investigators in a while. And the lead investigator speaks up. "You have been accused of stealing someone from another house. We require entry to your throne room." Ah. And the investigator hands a document over, and they see that it is signed by each of the other houses. It's official? And you can ask Alufa what it means to have to go see their throne room, essentially, after the investigators start following her in.
Guess we're supposed to follow them?
Mm-hmm.
Follow it?
I would definitely ask Alufa about it.
She looks over at you and she's like, "It's Fey court law that any new possessions have to be displayed in your throne room. It's vanity."
Makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
There's a lot of that here, and there's a lot of rules regarding it. He follows
I
in.
will- I'm gonna tell her, I will understand this one day. I don't think it'll be today, but one day.
Your mother understood it, from what I understand, about as blunt as a nail. And Mongo, as you're in this cage, you see her come waltzing back in, and you can see two investigators, two other Fae with her now, and then you see Angelo, and you see Nikolai on his shoulder, and then you see Alufa come in, and you see Cayenne come in.
Ace would be with us.
Huh?
Ace would be with us.
Yeah, Ace comes in, and Biddy is just sitting there on the head of Ace, and Ace is like, "Why'd you move in on my head? That gets hit a lot." And the Fae, she goes and sits in her throne, and you see that ugly little dog there sitting on Mongo's bags and robes, chewing on his goggles. And she's like, "These are, as you know, proper acquisitions." And the Fae investigator, Florence, speaks up. There's contradictions about proper procurement and curiosities about proper procurement that have not been clarified. There are still questions aroused about those procurements. And she just kind of puffs a little bit. "What is this about?" And Alupa speaks up. "You stole something from my house." She's like, "I don't even know who you are and what your house is." Alupa's like, she walks over and she puts her hand on top of Mongo's container. His jar. "This is mine. This does not belong to you." She's like, "I found it in the wilds. It's mine."
So trying not to scream out. It's not an it. It's a he. It's Mongo. It's my brother.
Cayenne
I am mumbling
is
it underneath my
trying
breath.
very hard not to lose her absolute shit with her words.
It is a he.
So she's
my
just grinning
brother.
and gritting her teeth and grinding them.
And you hear Alupa say something that shocks the two investigators and the Fae. She's like, "I am aware of your previous accusations. I demand an identification of this room." And you see her, Mongo, pull out a scroll. And it's one of those really fancy parchments. With the assistance of the investigators, I believe a 10th level identification should be more than enough.
Remember correctly, Mongo was also kind of still under protection. Lord Victor as well.
Still a what?
Under Victor's protection.
That's right, he is.
So it's like you're treading on very dangerous there.
Oh, yeah, he would be.
How is Mongo reacting to this?
He's doing two things. One, which will be no surprise, he's trying to keep his chill and trying not to lose his shit. The
Trying
other,
not to use the shit.
fuck it, let's swing for the fences on this one. I don't know if I can actually do this or not, but fuck it, let's give it a shot.
Alright.
Previously at the Spellforge, it was revealed that the queen might be very similar to Mongo, as in she is unbound and so is Mongo. The queen has a very special ability where she can absorb all sorts of magic and use that. So Mongo's going to try to pull a page out of her book. Pause on the glass, try to calm himself down, and then probably fail and then try again. Since there is a bit of magic in that glass that he is in, he's going to try to absorb it.
Ah, I'll let it go.
Interesting.
Roll it. Arcana.
You can do
I
it.
said I don't know if this is a thing I can do. I've never tried.
Dude, that's such a unique idea. Go for it, bud.
$26. Modified.
Alufa walks forward and she crouches down in front of the glass. And it's kind of like a one-way radio where she can talk to you, but you can't talk out. And she's like, Mongo, this has to be done in Fey Court rules. Nod if you understand.
All of some kind of claws on the glass.
Would you like to help me with the identification spell? And the queen sends up the house. She's like, no, that would falsify the evidence of the identification. And one of the investigators is like, incorrect. Identification doesn't give a fuck about falsification.
Yeah, it shows what?
It is the truth.
Yeah.
And you see her just kind of sink her nails into the wood in her seat a little bit in anger. I bet that makes Cayenne happy that it's getting to her a little bit.
Cayenne's not saying a word. As she sees this Fae getting upset, she's just grinning ear to ear. Because I'm pretty sure if Cayenne were to say anything right now, no, it would get her into a lot of trouble.
Do you nod, Mongo?
Oh, he's given that glare. I don't think he needs to nod.
You feel the glass reverberate briefly, and you instantly just are hit with calm emotions. And you,
Again.
and you can just feel the glass just kind of become normal.
Could have tried sooner.
And she just kind of lifts the glass up away from you and sets it down off to the side. And Alufa just kind of looks at you face to face. Hi, Mongo.
Thank you for coming, Alufa.
What a strange pickle you've gotten yourself into.
Yeah. By the way, the outfit kind of blocks magic.
Ah,
At least me using it anyway.
well. And the investigators are just like, well, Mongo, we'll do the identification. You sit tight and you'll be out of this situation in no time, okay?
He's just pacing in the fucking jar.
The little round ring, because she let you out of the jar.
Oh, yeah, it's where... Yeah.
And you, Cayenne, you see Alufa just pick up Mongo and kind of hold him like a baby and pat him on the back a little bit, comforting him. And you've never been comforted like this before, Mongo. And she
Is it comforting or a little humiliating?
and she scritches you behind the ears gently.
So is that comforting or is it humiliating, Tom? I think it's only a question Mongo
Coming
can
from
answer.
Alufa, it's probably more comforting.
So this identification spell is identifying like everything and everyone in the room, yeah?
It could be
No.
focused.
Okay. I was gonna say, these people are gonna have one hell of a fucking wild ride with everybody present.
So she works with the investigators while holding a baby Mongo in her arms, comforting him, doing the identification spell. Mongo's being pampered.
Alufa, is this a task I can assist with?
Of course, Nikolai.
Alrighty. I am familiar with the spell.
And she
Can
pauses.
we also
and-
get the dog to stop chewing on my goggles, please?
We can't until we prove otherwise, Mongo. It's not our house. And she just pauses for a moment, and she looks over at you, Kyan, and does one of the most Alufa things ever. A horse, of course. I never realized that rhymed.
What the fuck?
It was kind of random.
It just popped into my head. I'm sorry. Sorry. I know this is supposed to be a serious moment. Ahem.
That is some Alice shit. If I've ever witnessed. Fuck. That's Alice and Mad Hatter right there.
So you guys work through the identification over the next hour because you're realizing this is a 10th level scroll that she fucking brought to the party.
Nuts.
The finest of inks, the finest of paper. And she pauses as she's doing one of the symbols, Mongo, and kind of looks at you and she's like, "Don't pout. You're worth this."
This is going to be one hell of an identifier.
We have to-
I think we're going to know things about Mongo that Mongo doesn't even want to know.
Mongo's the one
Oh,
in
there's
the
plenty of shit Mongo ain't told you guys.
Mongo's the one in the orphanage that actually wet the bed until he was 15, but blamed it on other younger kids.
Why do you think you first learned prestidigitation? You can only get blamed for something so many times and weasel your way out of it.
So the identification goes off, and it's not aimed at Mongo. Alufa aimed it at something else. The collection itself.
Oh, okay.
And all of you guys are present for it as she does this. And you can see that Alufa
Oh,
took
boy.
a page from Osling's book of literally going for the throat in politics. You just see that you can feel the rush. It's like this old memory. You've never been along for a ride of something like this, Angelo. And because the memories are the residue of the memories are so old, it's just kind of like more disorienting jumping into them. And the first one you see is for essentially like this really adorable little like bucket. We'll go for broke. This really adorable owlbear cub.
Aww.
And you see that she is in the Sealy Court, Cayenne. Faye don't go to the Sealy Court. And she goes to one of the shops that's there that deals with illegal activities that would be in the Fae Court. Essentially, it's a taxidermy place. And she takes this owlbear there and she's like, "I want it preserved before it gets ugly." And the Fae there looks at the owlbear in the container and says, "We can do that. It won't be a problem. But it will cost you more since you are a Fae and we have to hide the truth." of where you procured this. And she exchanges coin in favor for that. And then another adorable little thing, and you can see this is how she built up her entire collection. And you realize, you know this, Kyan, how illegal this is in the Fey court. These are Seelie court things, not Fey court things. And it goes on and on through the entire collection. And eventually you find yourself back in that room. And you can see that Alufa looks really distraught, like she didn't need to see any of that.
Yeah.
Kyan's hands are bleeding because her nails have gone all the way to her own bone.
And the investigators look over at her and she's like, well, I suppose I have some explaining to do. And the lead investigator, Florence, is like, you're hereby stripped of your status.
Damn. An investigator can apply punitive damages already. All right. They're judge, jury, and executioners.
And you hear something, Kyan, that you would have to ask Alufa about, and they're like, you will be publicly disgraced and exiled from the city for the things that you have done under this roof. And your roof will be returned to your children if they accept it. If not, your house will be excommunicado. No more.
Damn.
We will find a 13th house to replace you. And that is your legacy. And she just stands up, she's like, I demand a retrial. And the other investigator's like, case closed, there's no other retrial. The evidence is clear. The last hour that we have been in this identification, the evidence is more than enough.
God, my hands are vascular right now. And my fingers hurt.
And she looks over at all you. She's like, are you happy about that? Are you? See what you've done? You've ruined a Fey house. Outsiders. Alufa just simply looks over.
Jesus.
Are there...
Well, since she's not a Fey house anymore, we can just talk back nasty to her, can't we?
Alufa's like, you can share words, but it is polite customary not to.
It's like, we aren't the ones that did anything illegal, so yeah, I think we didn't do anything.
And the second investigator looks over and says, we're taking your dog too. And she's like,
dog too.
And she's like, no! No, you don't get my wonderful little dog. You do not get King, Princess, Prince, Charming Buttercup. He is mine.
Oh, God.
Mongo,
I'm
you
going
weren't
to-
harmed, were you?
I'm
you know-
going to look at the investigator. Like, do I notice if this dog has been spoiled rotten like a baby or if they've been misused in any way?
They've been spoiled so fucking rotten is that they're so fat their legs look like drumsticks stuck to a balloon.
So abused in some way.
I'm, in that regard, I'm going to ask the investigator if she will be allowed to keep her dog. But only her dog.
And they look over at Alufa. That is your choice. Alufa looks over to you, Kyan. You sure about that?
While I'm going to state this now, investigators, I am very, very sorry if this seems impolite. Given the vileness of her past actions, and from what I can see of this creature being very well treated by her, I believe that it is fair for her to at least keep that which she has taken very good care of.
Aloof was like, she gets to keep the dog. And she's like, don't let her watch what happens to me. He couldn't bear it.
Mongo, no harm has fallen upon you, has it? Are you well?
Mongo's gonna get out of Alufa's
I think
arms
his-
and go get his stuff.
I think his pride has
You
been
know,
hurt a little bit.
You are still under his protection. If you have been harmed,
And
she will not be safe.
after the crime has been essentially put into the books, you're able to peel off those damned clothes.
Oh yeah, no, it is like take hat off, set on fire and throw it down. Shirt, remove, fire, down.
It was all just one giant
Like-
onesie.
That could have been useful. Like, remember the last time you were possessed?
So Mongo's able to get his things back. You guys leave the house and they have her in shackles behind her back. And they board up the house. And you hear bells ring throughout the Fey courts, and you start seeing all the various houses kind of evacuate their houses to see what's going on. Cayenne, you can do an insight on the bells.
The bells. As a 23.
You recognize them as kind of, they're almost like a mourning bell, like a funeral bell. And you can see that Aloof, she pats you on the shoulder. She's like, I need to join the rest of the house members to be in the balcony. And she heads off, and you see everybody, this person has walked through town. You can see her being paid with fruits and vegetables and other things, and
Shame. Shame.
she is being given the walk of shame through town. Not as what it would be like in a normal town. It's a lot more pleasant. There's no buckets of drawl or anything like that. It's just fruits and vegetables, cakes, and other things that are being thrown at her. And you understand this is throwing food at another Fae is considered insulting. And they get to the middle of the Fey courts, this big round circle, and you see the giant statue of a Fey god just sink into the ground. And you see a stage come up. And it almost looks like a gallows to you, Cayenne. You're like, oh, shit. And they take her up on stage and they basically bind her where she can't move. And Florence walks up. He's like, today, this house has broken the laws of the Fey Court. They will be exiled and they will be stripped of their status and their abilities. And she's standing there, and the other Fey investigators like, we will carry out the procedures. And the first step of the procedures, you see the one Fey, he puts on a black glove and another black glove, and he backhands her across the face on one side. The other Fae walks over and backhands her across the face on the other side of her face, and she's just bawling tears at this point. And you see Florence as the senior investigator. You see him draw a rapier. And they both move in unison as all the Fae watch. And with a swift move, you see him slice off one of her wings.
Oh, damn.
And then you see him slice off the other wing.
Oh, damn.
And her pearlescent blood pouring down her back along her body. And they take out something and they make her drink it. And you see that beautiful pearlescent skin of her, that face skin, become human-like and drab as her Fey magic dissipates and is removed from her.
Oh, damn.
And Florence looks to her. You will die as a mortal, powerless, having to rely on your own wits and abilities in the exile. And they release her from the shackles and she just kind of collapses, crying, naked before the Fey court, now mortal.
Dang.
You guys witnessing how serious these crimes are.
Bitch fucking deserved it.
Maybe
Everything that
was
she
a
did.
little extreme? I don't know.
And Florence is
If I
like,
had my way, it'd be much worse.
Florence looks over at her and says, you are to stand and walk out the gates of the city and never to return. And they hand her the little dog, and she huddles the little dog and walks off the stage and walks past you guys, shaking and heading for the exit of the gates. Her hair just this normal color now. Her eyes just a dull color now. Any resemblance of being a fae, gone.
Jeez. It's pretty hardcore.
And Florence speaks again to the crowd. It has been carried out. The crimes will be recorded. The processes will be done. And they step off the stage and it sinks back into the ground and the statue of the Fae god comes back up. And the houses are whispering amongst themselves as they begin to return back to their business.
No one stood up for her either.
Cayenne, as you're standing there angry, you hear off from the side a Fae say, "Good. The bitch deserved it. After what she did to father." And you see him just kind of...
Cayenne is purging her brain of thoughts of all of the heinous things that she would have done to this bitch if no one had been with her. Especially after what she was woken up with, she needs to purge her mind of those thoughts. Because Cayenne is still very, very fucking angry. Especially seeing the shit that she did see in the identification. She is fuming.
How's Angelo reacting to this?
I think she got off a little too easy.
And you guys are...
But then again, that's just Angelo's point of view on things, considering all the things he's done, all the punishments he's dealt out and such.
And you guys are able to return back to Alufa's house, knowing that she probably has business to attend to after this mess.
Yeah.
And Osling's like,
Yeah.
I didn't go outside. I don't know what that was about. Mongo! You look a little worse for wear.
Still a bit annoyed.
A little bit annoyed.
So
Isn't
now-
that normal for you?
Considering what keeps happening, yeah, seems to be on par.
now wonder what's gonna happen to that house. I wonder if her kids will actually accept it back.
Would you accept it back if you were put in such a position? A place like
It's
that
hard to
harbors many memories.
It's hard to say. It's like, yes, there could be bad history tied to a family's name, but you can always reclaim that and reforge that history in good.
Yeah, I was just going to say something along those lines. It's like your parents may have birthed you or whatever, but they aren't who you are. You're
Right.
allowed to make a name for yourself, and if they have an opportunity to make up for the crimes their mother committed, even if it is just maintaining the name and at the bottom rung, within the court, it's potentially a better opportunity.
Okay. There's one person here, namely myself. What did I miss? Did you guys disobey the rules?
No, we behaved.
No, we behaved.
Mongo?
Everyone behaved.
Okay.
The only thing I did was help with casting Identify with the investigators.
What happened?
She was tried and punished accordingly. They removed her wings and exiled her.
Oh. Oh.
They also forced her to drink some sort of potion that turned her human? Mortal? Something. I don't know. She's no longer a fae, as far as I can tell.
She was having creatures preserved with the Seelie.
So she was breaking one of the more sacred laws of the Fae Court. Yes, the Fae Court does business with the Seelie Court in the neutral court, so that things are equal. But something like that is beyond illegal.
Even her own children disowned her because of the shit that she was doing.
Ah. How's Alufa?
She wished she hadn't seen what we had. It was a very high level identification. We saw everything in her throne room, every acquisition she made. Mongo would have ended up being another.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I
Every
am
time she
still
went
trying
to-
not to lose my mind.
I guess every time we went to, we saw every time she went to the Seelie Court to conduct illegal transactions.
Oh,
And try to cover it up.
it seems like she did a good job of it up till this point. Well, I guess she didn't realize the group that she was fucking with. Ooh.
I can't guarantee I would have been myself if this had have happened anywhere other than the Feywilds.
You see, Osling just kind of smiling. She's like, "Oh, that feels good. Oh, a little bit of vengeance carried out. Makes me all nice and warm." Sorry. Kind of my wheelhouse.
Justice is mine, but this would have gone well past that point.
Balance, sister. Balance. Your life and justice.
Life, justice, and the hearth. So I'm supposed to be pretty fucking neutral, but bitches like her make it very fucking hard.
The other gods whisper of your.
And it seems like I'm not the only one with that sentiment too. There were
Sister.
multiple people.
She comes over, puts her hands on your shoulder. Sister. Other gods whisper happily of what you did for those animals.
Hey, I had a hand in that.
Mm-hmm. And I learned more about your history I didn't expect to learn.
Mongo, you're just
that-
like, wait, what?
Moment. He's actually, his people are actually from the moon.
Yep. Not crazy, apparently.
I'm sorry. Come
Well, the
again?
jury's still out on that part.
No. I was there.
We
We
both
were
I
there.
were.
know. I'm saying you're from the moon, but you said that you're not crazy.
Oh,
I haven't
yeah.
seen any evidence.
Okay, yeah.
You're actually from the broken moon.
Yeah. I have.
That explains a few things.
I have.
Oh fuck!
The
You didn't break
moon.
it, did you?
No. Well, I didn't break it. Yes. The moon. The material realm. Not the ones here.
It was a very uncomfortable experience being there.
Yeah.
Ah,
I don't know how to explain it in ways that make any sense, not insane.
Oh my god! There's a whole society of Nikolai.
Osling just kind of motions. She's like, I'm gonna go read while you guys talk.
you lot
I'm gonna
truly
let-
are the children of your parents.
I'm
Is
gonna let
incredible.
Nikolai take the lead on explaining that because that's something I don't want to rip wide back open.
So.
I will let Nikolai explain it when he's comfortable.
Well, I mean, it sucks and all, but there's nothing I can do about it other than have a little bit of clarity on what evil stepdad clone is or isn't. Now, he killed them
Killed who?
all of my people on the moon. He went there,
And it's
killed everybody. Remember that?
we both saw it.
Or at least a god told me that's what happened.
Which one?
It was a moon mouse god. Yes, there is a moon mouse god. His name is Atrax.
He's a very interesting individual, to say the least.
I think Mongo.
What do you mean
met
that
him.
one we met on the picnic?
Yeah.
Yes. You were there, that's right. And the moon
I don't remember him
god,
saying anything like that.
he did say he was there to help me with something, and I guess this was it. Okay, so the other day, me and Cayenne went to go seek out the debate. I guess that basically the day you were abducted.
That was yesterday.
Went to go seek out a elf tribe that Alice knew about to help us get some materials. And while we were amongst them,
Which
we were
we need your help with.
we were talking about their deity and made a connection that they were worshiping the moons out there. And so I asked about, the whole, story. We said the moons are evil or whatever. You never want to be under the moons. That's a different story there, but
You're-
getting to the point.
You're missing the whole part with how that was literally fields upon fields of slaughtered
Yes. Well, that's your story.
creatures.
it's more your story. But anyways, we ended up helping. Yeah, I guess we ended up helping resurrect their sacred creatures that Alice's sister, I think, right? Diane? Pretty sure she's a sister. Slaughtered. And to do so, I asked what name to pray to, help with them in their prayers. They gave it to me. I prayed. And apparently, like we do with this group, the god just showed up. And I guess made some type of connection to bring Atrax in, and he took me and Cayenne to the moon.
Yep.
Long story short.
It was a moment of Nikolai having truths revealed, more so than... Well, I guess that is a benefit for me, because now I know more. Now I know a bit more about your past.
Sent you a message, Cayenne.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So there is definitely
Oh,
there's definitely anger, more anger in me on what this clone has done.
at least you have more answers now, and you can think of what to do from here.
Yeah.
The approach from this point.
I still see that my question for the Sphinx is going to be, what can I do to vanquish this monster and still save my father's soul, or what's left of it?
How are you responding to this, Angelo? Knowing that someone just genocided his entire species.
Huh. Don't know how to respond to that, so I guess pray for your
Another
luck.
Tuesday for Angelo?
Honestly, kinda.
No, not even
Like, which
Victor would.
tactic did he use?
Not even Victor would condone genocide.
Okay, in that case, let's see. Sorry you went through that there, or rather saw that.
What about you, Mongo?
Yeah, Mongo's kind of going through a wide range right now, so he's like intentionally going out of his way to like shut the fuck up.
It's like, so, and
Well,
remember,
some of us were already planning on killing him, so I guess, more motivation.
I know, but I mean, I get the feeling, I get it that like the right answer is the most justice for the most. I get that, but there's a part of me that doesn't want to lose what's left of my father. I want to know my father. You all got to know your parents. I don't. I know half of them. And maybe that's just my own petty jealousy coming out. But that's the truth of my feelings. So I have to struggle with whether or not I risk losing all that's left of my father to destroy this monster, if that's what's necessary.
Nikolai, you could share the parchment you got with Mongo.
Kind of get into that.
Yeah.
So, when we're there, though, I'm starting to feel like you, Mongo, where I get more questions than answers. So, remember that, like,
Join the fucking club.
crystal tablet we found back home, that I found with those rocks that has the moon mouse carvings on it, Nikolai would have shared those with you. Well, apparently it did
Vaguely.
something when we got back there. And this device created this parchment.
Mongo, you can do an investigation on the parchment.
Created a parchment.
Yes, it just like spat it out of the wall through a slot.
So you have a parchment
Yes.
that was pulled out of a wall.
Yes, written in Moon Mouse language.
A moon
Do you not know how to read it?
No, I do
He
not
wasn't
know how to read
raised
it.
by his people.
Would you like me to read it to you?
This reason why I shared this
14?
with Mongo is because he can do that.
You examine it, Mongo. You don't recognize the language, but you do recognize some of... It takes you a few moments, and you kind of look at it in a few different angles. I'm going to send you a message of what you learned from it.
I appreciate the offer, Angelo, but this is a family matter.
Understandable.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out why your people have. Well, then again, it kind of makes sense. So, have a concealed vending machine that dispenses parchments.
It's like
God,
this
now that I
thing's
said it
just
out
like
loud, yeah, now it actually makes
glowed,
perfect
and
sense for you
then
guys.
that.
Kaya, do you give
parchment came
Mongo
out.
his book back? You're still holding on to it.
Mongo, you're forgetting something that's part of your stuff. As I'm holding out his book that's been in safekeeping.
Yeah, I've got to go through, and I definitely, before getting dressed, would have prestidigitated everything twice.
You also got a message, Mongo.
I think Cayenne would have also at least hand cleaned like the outside of his book. No magic, just hand cleaning it, like polishing any of the metals, like
Aw.
using the medieval equivalent of saddle soap on the leathers.
You would definitely have that.
Have it looking spiffy.
But what if he liked the used look?
He still would have appreciated the effort. Okay, yep. At the moment, I have no idea what the hell this says. Fuck, we're just burning the spell slot. Comprehend language. Wait, does that give... Wait, does comprehend language give me written?
Yeah, any written
Yes,
language.
it does. Comprehend languages
Uh,
is kind of universal key in my campaign world.
Yeah, it doesn't let you speak a language. It just allows you to understand what the words are written or spoken. What their equivalent to a language you understand is.
It just doesn't decode anything.
Yeah, it doesn't decode. But and this is for a side discussion, but I could see how it could help in figuring out a code.
So you're burning the spell to figure out what it generally says.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm going to send you another message, Mongo.
As you read this, brother, can you tell me what words are doing what so that I can write the words down and create my own codex? Because I have a copy.
Grab the
Or heck,
copy.
I'll give you the copy and you just write down the words, please. Write the
Yeah, and then
translation
as
next
they
to 'em.
appear, just kind of like
Yeah.
write down, like right under it.
Yeah.
Also, Mongo, you're going to find this really damn cool. There you go.
Oh shit. Okay. So part of this you're going to really like.
Okay.
So you remember when I pulled that one card and kind of trashed the cart?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this will do.
Randomly blow shit up.
Okay, it was a little less random and more like pulling random rocks from the sky and raining them down,
Huh.
all just in a concentrated spot. Meteor swarm, I think is the term.
Huh. Huh.
You, on the other hand, are going to see this as a downside. The rest of us are going to fucking think this is funnier than hell.
Okay.
Remember how you're always trying to get away from shaking your ass?
I don't see the purpose for it very often. Like, I don't understand why. I understand why, like,
Yeah.
some require it, like,
You're
what's
just
her
going to
name?
need to get over that, bud.
What? Explain?
Apparently, some of the now, assuming this is a spell indicative of your people, it reads more like a song.
I have no problem singing.
Yeah. But
So-
also, to summon that one god, it's just you're just a natural, coming from a long line of twerkers.
What?
You're just gonna have to shake it, big guy.
So this is
Coming
literally
from
a
along.
spell with
Um,
component that requires me to dance.
Mongo, Nikolai, as Mongo reads this off to you, some of the actual like lyrics, it strikes something so primitively old in you that it shuts you up instantly about your trepidations. This is a nursery rhyme that your parents used to sing to you. Your father even sung this nursery rhyme to you while you were still in the womb, humming it to you and singing it gently to you. And it just hits that chord so long ago of you can hear briefly in your mind that your father's voice as he sung to you while you were still in the womb.
Wow.
I'm going to send you this song, Nikolai,
Okay.
and it's going to make you even more sad. There you go.
Telegram?
Mm-hmm.
It's Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Okay.
Yeah.
Or is that Mary Had a Little Lamb?
No, that's Cayenne.
Or is it ABC?
That's
Yeah, but they all use the same tune.
yeah. ABC's is Scabbard. Mary Had a Little Lamb is definitely Cayenne. And Samuel L. Jackson, Go to the Fuck to Sleep is Mongo.
Okay. It's like, huh. My dad used to sing this song to me. Now, that's
What?
fascinating. Yeah. My dad would sing this song to me.
So would your mother.
So would my mother, yes, but my dad in particular. So it confuses me of what my mother has shared or remembers about who my dad was. Because it feels like she indicated that he was cold and callous. But this doesn't seem like something a man that's cold and callous to do.
Well, we're also not sure exactly when that clone took over.
It's true.
But also, there are times when you and me, more than the others, that in order to do what we do, we have to get into a very specific mindset. For your work, in order for you to be basically at your most effective, you seem to require to shut down all of your emotions.
Well, it's not quite that. It's more like, and this is just a tangent here, brother. It's more that it's a distraction when there's something I have to accomplish. And if the emotion doesn't actually provide a solution to the problem, it becomes a detriment to the solution. That's why in situations like this, I believe I have demonstrated emotion and, I guess, lack of better words, human connection. But were these so Mongo, were these lyrics written as words or as letters? You know?
You're like, there are fucking symbols, bro.
So each word is a symbol?
Yeah. But I'm gonna have to play my keyboard now, you know that, right? Like, seriously.
The orange one cares not.
The orange one shall do whatever he must to get your attention.
The
To
orange
draw
one
you
is
specifically
leaving
to him.
butt kisses on my keyboard. Cayenne, do you go off to find Osling?
Yes.
To vent?
Yes. I go to hunt down the sister so I can patiently scream.
She's not hard to find. She's in the greenhouse, essentially. And she's just kind of like tending to the dead plants.
No. Thank you, Mongo, for this. A goddess of death tending to dead plants. Like, is she making them dead? Or is she trying her best not to be a black thumb?
She's just kind of like milling about. She doesn't really understand life. And she is very much a black thumb. Any plant she touches is going to die.
I would make an exception for some types of plants. Fungi are great at decomposing things, so I would think that those she has no problem keeping alive. And
Just give it a dead thing. Yeah.
spider orchids, or no, spider lilies, because spider lilies most commonly grow in burial grounds, more so than anywhere else.
Flowers that are of her nature she would be fine with.
Yeah. But like roses and things, like, yeah. You got more Morticia vibes with roses and other plants.
That's one of my favorite scenes from the movie is Morticia and the taking care of the plants. It's just kind of, in a weird way, a beautiful scene.
It is.
So, Mongo, we definitely need to work more, if we can, together. Even if it's just me there being there to, assist you. on your efforts to put that that comprehend languages into a spell or into a potion. That would indeed be so beneficial for all of us. Thank you
Yep.
so much for this, brother.
It's on the list of things to do.
Wait, you can't just read stuff?
I can read stuff
Uh-oh,
written
what's
in
going on,
languages I
Cayenne?
understand.
I'm confused.
What do you mean you're confused?
I've never found anything that I couldn't understand.
God damn it.
Yep.
Huh.
When my friends just sent me that, I was like, why you gotta distract me?
So you got to share it with everybody else.
Osling looks over
No.
at you as you come in, and she's just kind of like tending to a plant. The druid has
Yeah, no.
arrived to save the plants from me. Were they screaming that loudly?
No. No. This whole thing was stressful. Like, I guess we're gonna have to, like, whenever we're here, we're just gonna have to keep within the Fey City and within, like, out of the wilds anytime we come here to visit.
The wilds are dangerous for a reason.
What time of day is it, GM?
It's nighttime at this
Nighttime.
point.
Hey, Mongo, just so you know, I'm going to go outside and I'm going to try to find a quiet, secluded place to be.
The property is big enough.
Totally understand.
One that I can see the moons.
You could easily go to. You see Mongo or Nikolai walk past and head outside to the balcony area, essentially. The outside, where the hedge maze would be for the house.
I've always wanted to experience
And
it.
Osling looks over and says, he looks distracted for once.
He did get shown some pretty life-changing things, and we did just see what happens when someone decides to break a very sacred rule here. Not to mention seeing what could have potentially happened to Mongo not we had intervened as quickly as we did. I'm still very thankful for the hare who was with Mongo. I still feel that plushie's, and this is Cayenne doing this, I still feel that plushie's tears on my hand soaking me from their sobbing.
Actually, since we're talking about the subject of the house right now, I hope it goes without saying that we recovered Mongo's sending stone, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
You see Osling, her ears kind of lower a little bit, and she's like, our burdens are heavy.
Yeah.
You can do an
It's-
insight on that, Cayenne.
I got a 22.
You can tell there is more to that she's possibly hinting at.
I'm gonna be nudging her and be like, spill it.
She looks over at you and she's like, I know who I am. I know my capabilities more than you.
Mm-hmm.
But even at times, it is hard to comprehend the things that I am capable of. In one of our forward encampments, the Mustachio's army got a little pushy. And I made myself known there. It's kind of strange when you kill so many people, and there is a majority of them that are conscripted young.
It doesn't get easier. I'm sure that I will come across a time where my abilities will not be able to fix everything. Where I won't be able to save someone or multiple people because they're already predestined for your domain or someone else's.
When we have to take the final push and finish this war, a lot of people aren't going to come back. The cost is going to be a lot.
Yeah. There are times where good examples where I feel like the violence of our father and the somewhat cold and calculated sadism of our mother tries to slip out of me, especially when it considers, well, when Fae are involved, innocent creatures are involved, and especially those I consider chosen family and even bloodline. There are times where I feel like I am one push away from snapping and never returning back to who I'm supposed to be.
You're the god of life. No matter how much you snap, you're going to become that again. That's your destiny. Me, on the other hand, I'm death. I'm finite. You burn brightly. I swallow that light.
Yes, but even in death, a part of life still goes on. That's why they call it the afterlife.
Yeah, tell that to my army. I didn't know that I had an actual army.
Oh, and also, you actually still keep things alive.
Chuka looks confused.
I am going to essentially druid craft some mushrooms for her
She looks at the
to show
mushrooms.
by example.
Which mushrooms?
Psychedelic man.
Talking?
Oh God, what was the species? I know it's not. I know it's not Amanita mushrooms.
Also, Fuse. Also, Chad is calling you out, Cayenne, about Fuse. That there better be a monument to them in your realm.
You already think there isn't? It would be a combination of where is it? Oyster mushrooms and chicken of the woods.
So they got chicken of the sea and chicken of the woods.
You
That's
also have
the
the
literal
mountain
name of the
chicken.
mushroom too, by the way, is chicken of the woods.
Where its name such.
I wish
because
I
it
was
actually
joking,
has
but
a-
I'm not.
She looks at you. I've never considered mushrooms as a part of my domain. It explains why they grow so rampantly in the forest.
So just to let you know, that it's also called a sulfur shelf mushrooms. They grow in like shelf-like patterns along trees.
Oh, I know which ones you're talking about now.
They're so cool.
Are they eatable? Wonder if they got.
They
the name
are
because
edible and tasty.
Yeah, I was wondering if that they got that name because they kind of have the same similar taste of chicken, or a taste or texture or texture of chicken.
You just don't want to mistake it for giant polypore or the jack-o'-lantern mushroom.
Yeah.
Because
There's a
those
lot
are
of mushrooms
poisonous
you don't want to
lookalikes.
mistake it for other mushrooms. Like most of them are that way.
But yeah, there's quite a few different fungi species and different mushrooms that are actually sustained by death and
Hmm.
actually help to beautifully decompose the physical remains of those who have passed. So everything stays within balance.
Makes me wonder, Kai or Jezzy, if your mushroom buddies would actually be more at home with Osling than in your realm.
No, it's too dark and grim there.
Mm-mm. I'm pretty sure that there could be sentient mycelin that could survive in her realm, but it would be very, very few and far in between.
It's constantly winter there and terrifying.
Yeah, mushrooms have to have humidity and they have to have warmth.
Angelo, as you're hanging about the main room, you see Lufa come back in. And she takes off her jacket and she just kind of lets out a huff and goes and sits down on one of the seats and just.
I don't think I properly met you, the correct way at least.
And you, at this point, you're wondering, is this another god? She looks over at you and she's like, Alufa.
Angela Valentine.
Ah. One of Victor's servants.
Formerly,
You hear that, Mongo.
I was a.
What was that?
You hear what Angelo says.
Formerly, I was one of his dread knights. I fell in battle. But a new being found me and brought me back. Showed me a different path to take. One that I'm slowly embracing.
We also call him Fangless for short.
Huh. She looks over at you, Mongo, and she's like, is this Cayenne's doing?
What, bringing him along or
Get back from
giving
the
him
dead.
another lease on life? Oh, no, if I remember correctly, Alice stabbed him. He poofed away, or turned into ash, something like that.
Mhm.
And then some other deity decided, let's give this fucker another chance.
Congratulations. I suppose.
I guess. I'm still coming to terms with it. It's an odd thing living again.
I saw that guy, Anne.
I'm trying to fix what Mars messed up in the floor.
So, how are you liking your new life?
It's rather pleasant.
Good.
Some things are still a culture shock, but that's to be expected.
Don't squander it.
Of course not.
Monk or Nikolai,
still
what are you
much to
doing
learn.
outside?
Well, doing the things, I'm just going to try to reach out to Gallagher. Gallagher?
Yeah, go ahead and do a religion. Pray.
And if you'll let me, I'll take the time.
I'll give you 10.
It'd be a 25. No, 23, sorry.
And what are you doing with this reaching out?
So what I'm doing is I'm putting basically all the moon adjacent stuff that I have onto, like, all into one little pile.
By my moon powers combined.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put the printout, the parchment. On top of that, I'm going to put the moon dust that I have, and I'm going to put the tablet on in the same little spot.
The little glowy tablet, when
Yeah.
you used it on the moon, it was taken into the machine and not returned.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't put it in a machine, but okay. I just took it out and it did something. But okay, so I don't have that anymore. Then
Yeah.
I'll put the stones that I found that has the moon mouse carvings on them. And then I'll just pray. It's like I guess Nikolai wants to I had an incomplete thought. I thought I was so if you can come back. No, that's what he's doing, starting with the prayer.
Okay.
So give me a little bit of time while I finish the thought.
Hi, Anne. You're with your sister, and she's like, mushrooms.
I'm showing her all of the flowers, like all of the plants that literally survive. and butterflies. Because they eat corpses.
Huh. That explains some of the imagery I've seen.
No, it's true. Like butterflies, certain species of butterflies actually are scavengers, and they do actually feed on corpses for nourishment. You'll see them very, very often in body farms for science
That's pretty cool.
and in human composting.
Manga, what are you doing, bud?
Pretty much just gonna find a quiet little corner and contemplate.
Okay, what are you contemplating?
Yet another incident has occurred, and Mongoose was basically useless. Nothing he did anything. And no matter how big his spell list gets, he's still completely unable to do shit. So I was wondering if Plume Tree fucked up and picked the wrong guy, or because he basically held him hostage and forced him to, like, you're doing this whether you like it or not. And maybe that's part of Mongo's punishment is, okay, now you're going to basically just kind of sit there and watch everybody else take care of this problem.
High or low, Mongo?
Oh, he's not done yet.
Just hear me out. High or low?
Well, Mongo's feeling pretty low right now, so
Okay. Mongo, as you sit down and get comfy and you kind of start to contemplate this, you move your hands, and that energy that you pulled out of the vase launches a amplified magic missile, and it blows across the room, sending papers everywhere, and you just see the entire window explode outward, and a tree just get ripped in half outside.
Damn.
As you fire off this, and you all hear this loud explosion go off from another room. And you just see this hole where the window was and the wall was and the tree. And you can see that the wall, that blocks the two houses, is just cratered inward or outward from you.
Damn.
Time to investigate.
wouldn't be an adventure of ours if somebody didn't leave a fucking crater.
And the
Mongo?
table. And
I
as you,
think
I'm
As
looking to Mongo and then back at Alufa.
no, he's in a
I
different
think
room.
there's okay.
And-
I'm looking to Alufa then. I guess we have trouble.
Alufa looks over. Oh. And as you walk in a room, Cayenne, you see the table fall inward, smoldering from the arcane magic that went off. And Mongo's just sitting there with smoke coming out of his hands.
I am running in with a blade drawn.
And you see what happened in
care to explain?
Love to. Don't know how.
Huh.
What even happened?
That is a very good question.
Now, what did you do? You clearly did something.
the table falls apart
Yep,
a bit
still-
more, smoldering.
Oh,
Okay, first, I think I might be able to fix some of that.
You see the broken tree outside Cayenne that's smoldering in two parts.
That's going to be a little tougher for me to fix.
Anything the blade. No one is receiving piercing love. All right.
That sounds like something you're going to need consent for first.
That's the fun part when it
I
comes to
think
that
Cayenne's
blade.
just gonna lift her finger like this, turn on her hooves, and go to fix the tree. With the tree's permission.
Fix the tree with its permission. It's dead.
We're in the Feywild. I don't trust the tree not to talk on its own volition.
Please apologize to the tree for me.
Both hands on the little shoulders. What
And
did you do?
You put your hands on his shoulders, and he's almost hot to touch from the magical energy he let off.
You are surging with magical power. You did something.
Before Would
Can't-
would Angelo mention that Mongo is hot right now?
Oh, as
Well, the
soon
guy
as I
called
touched him, yeah.
adorable, but not hot. But
As soon as touching him, I'm like, wow, that's hot.
I'm going to look to
I'm gonna say
Osling and
crazy
be like,
because this is coming from a warlock that worships a deity of love. So like,
yeah, Mongo is
I'm gonna
backing
look to
away from
Osling.
Shameless.
Osland looks over at you.
I hate to ask, could
Hmm.
you, could you possibly pull Mongo down?
I could. Mongo, I'm going to touch you.
I'm sorry. Hands in pockets.
Don't be sorry. Mongo, do a wisdom for me. Nikolai, go ahead with your
Okay.
what you're doing.
so yeah. So I mean, he kind of is gonna like loop the four gods he's dealing with into this. So, Atrax, Angalier, and Cretovania. Yeah. I'm gonna leave Garl because like Cretovania was upset about that last time. At least these two are from her realm, I think. And he's going to try to do a little bit of a rhythmic dance while singing "Twinkle Twinkle Little Stars," and building it into a prayer to them. He's going to ask if ever there is a time to provide an answer for me as a mortal praying to gods. Can you please show me who my father really was? I don't know that I've gotten the truth from anybody, even my own mother.
Do a religion.
A 13 on the religion, and it was a 27 on the other one you asked me to write. Well, I don't know which one.
All right, I'll get back to you. Mongo, you think about it for a moment as she puts her hands on you and pulls you down a little bit with her cold hands. And it instantly pops into your head. You are so frustrated and angered about your current situation and position, about what's been happening, that you took that energy from that vase, that enchantment, and just focused it into an anger-infused magic missile that was amped up to 11, essentially.
So as a wizard, you need to feel
Jesus,
the magic to
spicy
cast
meatball.
it. To cast it good.
Apparently.
I mean, yeah.
And you watch some of the wall fall down and just hit the debris.
Not the cheese. Sorry, I just had to.
The beautiful stained glass window that was there is now in many dust pieces.
I might be able to fix some of this. I'm sorry.
Alufa comes in and she looks over. Huh. Remodeling, are we? And you're outside working with
Of course.
You're outside working with the tree and you hear this.
Can you be so good? How can you be so calm?
Alufa just looks over. I've been dealing with the Fey Court all day. My wife is quite literally deaf. Mongo's just adorable. How can I be angry?
Fair point.
professionally speaking, I understood most of what you said, but the last part just makes no sense to me.
She comes over and she scrunches your cheeks, making you do that like really adorable Kathleen. And she's like, "You're so precious and useful. Everybody loves you." And she scratches you behind the ears gently.
Mongo is now confused.
Osling just looks over and she's like, "I get the remodeling part, but what did the tree do to deserve that? Did it insult your purr?"
Yeah, I still trying to piece this together, but apparently that crazy idea fucking worked a little bit. It just requires a more education.
Lupa picks up a book that is half disintegrated from the spell.
Oh. Okay, a lot more education on my part.
I'm not angry at all. I'm impressed. Poor Mongo's like,
Gonna start trying to mend everything back together.
"You're gonna be there all night, bud." You look at one of the where one of the arcs came off of it, and you can see through to the floor, the basement below.
Oh fuck.
Osling just kind of laughs at it. He's like, "You really are the showman, aren't you?"
I am something, all right.
Cayenne, do a nature for me.
That's a 9.
You examine the tree as you pull a sapling off of it gently. And you kind of look back inside at Mongo as he's kicking himself while he's down. But with this being the Feywilds, you examine the tree again, and somehow Mongo, with that spell, was able to basically blow something apart that was magical, this poor tree, and actually pull some of the energy from it, revitalizing his arcane energy. But you're able to plant a new sapling and regrow the tree.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Angelo, you're taken as surprise as Biddy comes up and gives you a hug, which Biddy has never really done.
Give him little head pats. Something that it's very new and different, yes, but having it being done in such before, it's like, all right, I understand what this is. Give little pets.
Mongo, how are you feeling right now? Contemplating on possibilities?
So utterly confused at what the hell happened.
You got angry and you launched off a missile.
Trying to sense if I have any more of that backup energy in, or has it dissipated, or did I just kind of blow it all in one shot?
You blew your load in one giant thrust.
Fair enough.
Hmm. Some would say that's the ultimate form of worship.
With Mongo contemplating what's going on, Nikolai waiting for a response to
Yeah, he's just gonna hang out there in the garden
and Cayenne planting a new tree.
till he passes out or gets an answer or wakes up the next day wondering why.
We're going to go ahead and call it for the night. Mongo, favorite moments from tonight.
Oh, we all got in a couple of good verbal jabs here and there. That's always fun. I don't know if I mentioned this on screen, but one of my friends tried sparring with me, and well, that was cute. And then proceeded to tell him that hanging out with us might not be the best idea because he might wind up in tears.
I don't throw salt that's that heavy.
My?
Yeah, this was a fun one. Mongo unfortunately blowing a hole through his sisters and sister-in-law house and blowing up a tree. Finding out more about Nikolai. Helping him translate. Yeah.
All right. What about you,
Next.
Angelo? Were you gonna say something else, Tom?
Oh, no, I'm good.
What about you, Angelo?
A lot of good moments. It's good to be back at the table for one. I miss this. The whole sequence of where did Mongo go? And he's being pampered the whole time of work. Where did he go? What do we do? That was pretty goofy. That was very much a learning a little bit of more lore. The always good, always fun. Any time where Ace and Biddy or any of the familiars are out and about, always good too. What else? What else? The whole trial, that was pretty interesting. And then getting to learn a little bit more about what Scav's dealing with.
Or Scav?
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of looking forward to jump back into Scav eventually.
Yep, once all the Feywild stuff is done with. And Angela's gonna be
Yeah.
like, I ain't going back.
Yeah, I think that'll do it for now.
What about you, Nikolai?
The trial was pretty cool. I mean, even though, and this is like straight from the brain of Nikolai here with that one, even though, you know, what she was capable of potentially doing to Mongo was horrific, it feels like her punishment was a little extreme. I mean, I get it, not to disparage, you know, Nikolai's appreciation of his brother, but geez, that seemed a little bit of extreme punishment.
Broken laws.
Yeah. Getting some additional story on Nikolai's on Rurik for Nikolai was really cool. Just throws a whole confusion in there. That's why he decided to go out and do that prayer. You know, if this deity, judges who they see under their skies, I'm sure this deity has seen and witnessed who Rurik really was at some point. So some information about that would be nice. And so that's why he made that prayer. He's not sure he's even ever been told the truth about who Rurik was from his mother. Which brings up a whole other set of questions. Like I said, Nikolai said, I'm starting to feel like you, Mongo, getting more questions than answers.
Victor does love trauma, and Scav has a ton of it per square inch in him.
Trans-based trauma, but yes.
Trying not to laugh so hard looking at
And
that popped up.
and then Mongo launching out that magic missile from hell. That was cool. Needs to learn how to channel that. That'd be amazing.
You wouldn't like my spells when I'm angry.
So yeah, that was pretty cool. And yeah, getting and hearing the story, as a player about the changes in Alufa is kind of interesting. What that's all about. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's fun.
You're up, Cayenne. Spill your beans.
There was a lot. The fuck. for one, being able to help give the hair some eyeballs and a mouth back.
Yeah.
Learning what happened to Mongo and trying to figure out what in the fuck we should do. That nightmare sequence was not something that Cayenne needed or wanted, but apparently they thought so. Trying to be as coded as possible when it comes to sending out any kind of message when they got to the Phase City. Because Cayenne is taking to heart being in her position, being nobility. The less someone knows, the better. Use carefully crafted and coded words when writing any kind of letter to your affiliates. And don't use real fucking names. In the Phase City, you can. But still, no. Finally getting to Mongo after trying a few methods and them not exactly working. The description of the bitch was great before her abilities were taken away. I liked knowing that although she had 2 children, because of how vile her actions were, that her children actually disowned her was a detail that I actually enjoyed. It kind of gave it gave evil Disney stepmom vibes. If that makes sense. If you turned Ursula into a fae.
She has 4 children, and they all have disowned her and moved on to other houses.
The whole acquisition that she made, how Ursula would make deals with people and then they would end up belonging to her, that's what it kind of reminded me a little bit.
Huh.
But she actually, instead of her being powerful enough to just make her taxidermy process just disappear because she's powerful enough that she had to seek someone out was good. I'm surprised that you went Feely with it being heinous. I'm surprised you didn't go unseelie with it.
Sealy is the unsealy
Because-
court.
Huh.
Yeah, there's the Fey court and then
That's
the Sealy
backwards
court.
than what I've read.
There is a
I will
third
say,
court, but that one is, we haven't talked about that one yet.
I will say that teaching teaching Alice how to hug, that that was fun and
That was
something.
great.
I'm sure she'll get it over time, but that's gonna take a while. That's gonna take probably a century for her to understand, given what she's gone through. Maybe a little quicker with this group. But being able to explain things to Mongo after he was brought back out of that place, seeing how punishments were given in the Fey court is really, really good. Learning a little bit more about how rules and regulations operated within the Fey city, it was really nice. Like, especially the name conventions. That I thought was a nice touch, especially when you added a more judicial aspect to it. Kind of like how we have to go through a whole stupid lengthy process to have our names legally changed with the courthouse.
Yeah.
Real quick, GM.
But yeah,
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Cousin.
I was fixing to say that was all for me right now. I'm sure there's more that I will say, like in DM.
Yeah. What's up, Nikolai?
Real quick, while after Nikolai does that prayer, he intends to spend the whole night working on that puzzle box
Okay.
until he passes out.
The music box.
No, not
your puzzle
not
box.
the
His
music
puzzle box.
The puzzle box he got from his
Okay.
mom.
Okay.
That's what he's going to do until he passes out, or someone picks him up and tells him it's time to go. Whoever comes first.
I'm sure Alufa would be the one to pick him up and put him in bed. Her with her what feels like newfound mom abilities.
Yeah.
What was your favorite moments there, Ian?
You guys have covered them all. Tom coming back and having to just sit there waiting to find out what actually happened to Mongo. And then finding out what happened to Mongo and going, oh my god, the cuteness has come back to bite him in the ass.
Yeah. Gotta. Player is looking forward, character is dreading, trying to explain this one to Coin.
Oh, she's not gonna let you live it down, bud.
Yeah. Kind of figured that one.
Finally letting Angelo know what his character's been up to as well. Really putting the screws in that relationship.
Literally and figuratively.
It's good to be back.
And just all the interesting things that came of like the events and such, and little nuggets here and there of lore. But you guys basically covered everything, so I don't have a lot to cover because I just love it all.
Sounds like a cop out.
I'm a GM, I get to do that. I love the things that you throw at me, and I love sharing the things that are playing in the story. I know that Jessie's been really wanting to know more about the Fey world, and now she's getting enough of it that she's going to need an additional plate. And Nikolai's finally learning about his people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Mongo's actually, in a way, figuring out the direction he can take his spell casting to be more powerful like he wants to be.
Just get angry with it.
Oh, there's going to be some other interesting
Yeah,
things upcoming with Mongo that's going to really be interesting, to say the least.
Can't tell if I should be scared or not.
I don't know, all the other players could probably speak from the experience of being in that hot seat.
Prepare to be amazed and traumatized.
Alright, let's say goodnight, everyone.
Good night, everybody. Thank
Good
you
night,
for joining
everybody.
us.
Good night, everybody.
You already know the deal. Like, comment, subscribe, share our videos with others, and share us. Have a good night.